Hello and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 2023 Multi-Nations broadcasting live from Club Musgrave. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined today in commentary by Kevin Hickland. Kevin, before I ask you how you are, can you please talk us through what game we're going to be watching this morning?
Yes, up here at Club Musgrave today. Beautiful setting in the redeveloped club here. It's the blue sky, perfect conditions. And we have got our New Zealand, the Blackjacks, the men's Blackjacks, up against the Queensland side, skipped by Cohen Litvin, Kane Nelson at 3, Jacob Nelson at 2, and Chris Rosani's leading. And, of course, yesterday they had 3 from 3. They went through undefeated in the first day of section play here. They're up against New Zealand side with a couple of changes today, with Andrew Kelly skipping Lance Pascoe at number 3, Kelvin Scott at 2, and Tony Grantham, and play just about to get underway here at the picturesque Club Musgrave, and absolutely perfect conditions for day 2, Alex.
Precisely, and absolutely no wind as well, which is always a good sign. You were telling me earlier, Club Musgrave it's got a bit of a reputation, Kev, for a blustery wind.
Well, they actually call it, it's Windy Hill. But no, absolutely perfect conditions today, and we're looking forward to a good performance today by our Blackjacks, and certainly got a perfect green to play on. Krista Lee just left me here, and I think he will nod to me, running about 15 seconds, 14 seconds. We're running that this morning. Just got the nod from Chris, who's not playing, of course, this round. So 14-second green, and of course these are the surfaces that will the speed, Alex, of which the New Zealand side has to adjust to, because these are the speeds around about which will be perhaps a couple of seconds quicker, but not much more, that will be playing in the World Championships in September. Pretty much the same sort.
Yeah, and psychologically, it's just a bit more of a push. So we see players when they get tired tend to fall short because you lose that little bit of focus.
The other thing as well, Alex, the surface itself is a different composition of surface to what we used to be playing on in New Zealand. But isn't it great to arrive at a club whereby you look out there at the greens that they're playing on, and there the coverage of the green goes right to the ditch board on all of the greens.
Oh, 3 beautiful greens here.
So it's, and of course this is a club which really, the man who is one of the really instigators of driving Club Musgrave was former Blackjack, Brian Baldwin, who's recently just retired here as the secretary manager, 21 years, I think he did here as the club manager at Musgrave. But of course, there is a strong New Zealand contingent here with Chris Lee, former New Zealand peers title holder, winning the New Zealand peers with Brian Baldwin, Gary Mounsey. Gary's a member here, and a recent addition to the club here is the Hawke's Bay player, the youngster Dean Drummond, who's a very good up-and-coming young player, Hawke's Bay representative. So he's also here at Club Musgrave and part of their Queensland Premier League pennant side.
And certainly, I suppose, if we look back over the last 30 years, there's been a number of New Zealand players. I know Peter Bellis is one who popped over for just about 20 years over here, but a number of New Zealand players who've come over, and some, of course, that travel and play in the Australian competitions, like Shannon McElroy and Gary Lawson, who attended. Was it something here? There was a Premier League going on?
Yeah, the Premier League. In fact, Gary Lawson was part of the Broadbeach winning. They won. They finished 5th in the round robin and won their way through. And last weekend, in fact, and Broadbeach won the Queensland Premier League, which is let's say it's the big interclub event on the calendar here. For those who don't know where this club is, Alex, it's just up from Southport, so you're up on the rise in behind the main part of the Gold Coast. And looking out from our broadcasting position, you can see the beautiful trees, colourful. It's a lovely surroundings here at Club Musgrave, and I'm sure.
I was going to say, all I can tell you is that it's on a hill, Kev.
It's definitely on a hill, I can assure you. One of the few hills as we watch the New Zealand side. Good opening bowl from Tony Grantham as it comes back. Just finishes literally jack level. And, of course, these Queensland players, yesterday 3 from 3, so very used to this speed, this condition. Chris Rosani's, of course, in the BPL, is in the team with their own Joe Edwards and Alex Marshall, made up that side. So, a very, very good player, and of course part of the Queensland unbeaten 4 side.
be well known to TV players and we watch. And I'll just ask also for viewers, I'm not going to ask for forgiveness, but we have a limited amount of cameras, and although the players, we always ask them to stay out of the camera line, particularly in a game of fours when it gets a bit excitable. I could just about guarantee you we're not going to go the 15 ends without someone standing in front of the camera at some point.
I agree, Alex.
It is what it is. We'll do our best.
Very hard with 8 players on the green to have them all abiding by our request, so to speak, for the duration of the match. Now, there is a time limit, correct?
There is, yes. Yeah. I couldn't tell you what it was off the top of my head, but I know that the games should be completed within that time limit. It's reasonably generous. We saw the women's peers yesterday use the full time limit up. They were the only ones left on the green, and they got their 18 ends in after, I think, taking a bit more time than what they might have.
Interesting, Alex, just the start of this match, for people who may not be aware. The way the Australians play the game is you see Chris Rosani's has gone by the head, right? They're always playing that push and prod to get to the jack. So getting bowls in behind the head becomes, you won't be trying to see them dead draw to a jack level position. They're always quite happy as we watch Jacob Nelson.
Yeah.
And you see he's playing down on that narrower line, down towards the bowl. Hasn't got the weight though. And Andrew Kelly very quickly.
That was before it had even finished.
Yeah.
He put his foot down there.
Very quickly saying to Kelvin Scott, get me a bowl in behind the head, because that's certain. And even if you move one of your own New Zealand bowls in behind the head, Alex, it doesn't really matter, because we know what sort of shot they'll be playing.
Oh.
The good thing about this short bowl really possibly just makes that hand a wee bit tighter.
I suppose if you're going to play 2 short bowls, at least they're in the line. So we've blocked that entire forehand side is blocked up with weight. Although, of course, the backhand side is not blocked up with weight, as we see Jacob Nelson here get a little bit bogged on Kelvin Scott's bowl.
Getting tighter there now, though, Alex, with that bowl, as we see Lance Pascoe, who's had a very good domestic, a couple of good seasons domestically, and certainly warrants is going to be under the line here and going to run in. Might get the front of the Kelvin Scott bowl. Well, that was...
I wasn't even going to talk about playing the plant, Kev. It looked too difficult. But
that shot wasn't really...
It's worked out.
Wasn't in the textbook, was it? But it does open that other hand up now for the... Again, you can see trying to get to second shot now, because they would be 3 down, Queensland, possibly 4. Good-looking bowl coming in here. Those sit on the shot bowl. They'll be happy with that. Gets to more than likely 3rd shot. But there's a good chance early on, though, Alex, for Lance Pascoe to tighten the head up.
Yeah, and I mean, this New Zealand team in that first end, after the first 3 bowls, it was looking just like a regulation, the Queensland to trail the jack back. But we now we've got 2 shots, one at 12 o'clock, one at 9.
That's a good bowl.
Now, with the fours, it's easier to pay attention, or try pay attention to what stickers we have on these bowls, because the players are using their personal sets. So you see there's a variety of different colours. As we see this bowl, it's not far away from Queensland, Kev.
Just getting down to the jack in the trail. Got it perfectly.
Unbelievably good.
Yeah, for 1. And that's how you note straight away, Alex, that he played with that literally metre of weight, I suppose you'd call it, to making sure that they reach the jack. And of course, when we get to when the World Bowls come, of course, later in the year, we've got the red and blue bowls.
Yes, yeah, which is a good innovation, I think. I think that's a good idea.
I wouldn't mind that order, would you? being the supplier.
Absolutely. It's a good idea from World Bowls, just to make it easier for the broadcast situation. You look there's so many different colours, but the New Zealand team does have stickers on their bowls, and so does the Queensland one. So just pay a little bit of attention. You can see there the black stickers on Andrew Kelly's white bowls.
Kelly, of course, played the singles yesterday, and now coming back today.
And had a good day yesterday, Kev.
He did. He won 2
out of 3.
2 out of 3.
And 2 convincing ones. I think he scored 42 points in the same amount of time that the opposition scored, about 15. So a good return there, and a close-ish game with Australia, as Kelly looking to reach through on his forehand as they went down to that bowl at 5 o'clock. So he was looking just to punch up one of the shortest New Zealand bowls, a bit narrow there.
Yeah, it's the old story, Alex. Even playing on these surfaces, although they're slower, etc., you've still got to be playing to a line with weight to get that last metre of finish, which is going to bring you in towards the zone, so to speak, of where the jack is or the counting bowls are, as we see Cohen, Litvin, well-performed Queenslander. The other thing that New Zealand just be very careful not to get trapped into with the Australians as we watch this bowl.
He's not far away, Cohen. He's got back
Trail,
bowls. Jack
Trail gets the front. No, he doesn't. Yeah, New Zealand just don't want to get lulled into playing this quick approach, which the Australians tend to do. Like it's on the mat, and they very, very quick in their decision.
We noticed that yesterday in the singles match that Andrew Kelly played against Adam McGowan from Ireland. Adam very quick on the mat.
They are.
Andrew, he doesn't get flustered really. He's very much about the process, takes his time. So he's on the forehand looking to make that correction. Looks tight out of his hand.
Well, he's playing with weight to get a shunt down to the jack. Needs to get the jack clean, not touch anything.
How good from Andrew Kelly. What a
Marlene
bowl.
Castle, I see him behind the shrubbery there.
She's pretty pleased with that.
Pretty pleased with that, wasn't she? Giving that.
Good shot.
But that's how we have to play the game, Ian. That's how we've got to play it, Alex. You know that, and I applaud Andrew Kelly for using that weight to get to the jack. Sure, it's just the one shot, but it's just that. It's the best way to play against this Australian, any Australian combination.
And the Queensland skip playing a nothing bowl really, but it was hard to score one there for Queensland after Andrew drained the jack in the ditch. That was great stuff there from Andrew Kelly. A statement of intent, I think, on this first end. And we'll see Tony Grantham deliver the jack as New Zealand scores a 1, we think.
And here is Kelly playing through the head, straight through to the jack. Applause from all. And that's the sort of play which is just, and it gives your team that much of a confidence early on, doesn't it? You play those shots, Alex. And I'm pleased to see that that's a good indication. So we're playing the jack to the 2 metre mark. So that means, obviously, Alex, that we're not going to be frightened to attack, play with weight, to try and get results.
Yeah, I'd imagine there's been a conversation in the New Zealand campus. We see Tony Grantham here, down to the jack. That's a good shot, a good first bowl. I'd imagine there's been a conversation because it was a forgettable day for the New Zealand fours team, and it's been different combinations every round, obviously, but a forgettable day yesterday, really. But they're all talented bowlers. They're here for a reason. They deserve to be playing for New Zealand, so there would have been a chat about game plans, and I'm sure they're coming out with maybe a slightly different one today than what they had yesterday.
Well, I think yesterday I didn't watch all day, obviously, but from what I saw, we were still at the back end of the team, still sort of playing New Zealand-like conditions. We were playing to draw for one or save, rather than how we just saw Andrew Kelly play, and we saw the Queenslanders attacking the head. As well as you see the second bowler, Tony Grantham, which will come down, lower the jack. Really good here, though, Alex, isn't it, with the lines on the green?
I love it. I love it. I think it's great.
Really good. From a commentary point of view, it's fantastic.
Keeps it nice and simple as well. There's no confusion about straightening the jack. It was bizarre to me when we watched as we just see this bowl here from the Queensland lead. He's got good weight. He's
shunts over the top of the Tony Grantham bowl. Now, one job that's got to be done today in the commentary, we've got to find out the name of those beautiful purple flowery trees out to the front of the green there. They are very picturesque. That's my flora.
We'll see if we can get a colour. We'll get a colour shot of them at some point.
That's my flora and fauna.
They are quite nice. My mother's a gardener. She'd probably know if she's listening.
One of the other things here that happens at Club Musgrave is you can get, it's known when you get attacked by those mad birds. I forget what they call them, but they fly in and
you get attacked by birds. Why would you? Okay, right. So we've got Tony Grantham's got one. We saw Kelvin Scott there with his first bowl. That was a good shot from Kelvin Scott. He's got
in behind,
a bowl
down
past the head.
You saw straight away. You saw the Jacob Nelson jack hunting straight away. Kelvin Scott
on the back end. I was telling Harold yesterday, who was commentating with me, how confusing Kelvin is for a commentator because his foot position is the same on both sides. And look at that correction.
Well played, especially if he gets past.
Great shot. Well, it's a good shot, isn't it?
Absolutely, it's a good shot. He would have no doubt liked to have got another bowl, but of course New Zealand got a bowl in behind straight away. We see Jacob Nelson attacking to the jack. Is it going to come back all the way back? No, it won't.
Nearly got a miracle result there, but not quite. So New Zealand holding 1.5. What would you do here, Kev?
Oh, I'd still be quite happy to try and play the touch to the jack on a trail and move that shot away. Really, Alex changes the hand and try and get to it, because it just removes that shot. And I've always, in watching Australian sides for so long, there's nothing wrong with playing their shots to nullify certain parts of their game. Now, long as Lance Pascoe comes in behind the head here, which he's just going to do, that's another good bowl on the head, because we can put ourselves in a position with Kelvin Scott's bat bowl that we may be able to attack the head or play an attacking shot to the head to get a counting result.
It's interesting as we see the Queenslander make that long walk back to the head, and there's the purpley, whatever they are, the trees.
I'm going to go jacarandas.
No, they're not jacaranda trees.
Okay, sorry. Okay, right. That's the finish of that's my gardening done.
That's all I know. Is that not a? I'm sure I'd be surprised if it was a jacaranda tree.
Right. That's the finish of my gardening.
Here we go on the backhand.
Looking for the jack.
This is close here.
Touch job. Well, that's a great result. Just got the bowl. No jack movement.
If that bowl had been an eighth of an inch wider to our right, both the New Zealand bowls would have been taken out of the head there.
Absolutely. Yeah, Andrew Kelly saying to Pascoe, really play under that front bowl of Tony Grantham's. Don't be frightened of it, because if you do touch the jack, squeeze the bowl, we have got some other bowls in behind the head. So here is Pascoe, the West Coast man.
On the backhand side, so New Zealand holding one. That bowl at 6 o'clock is a New Zealand bowl, and then that, what do you call it, like a light blue and dark blue stripy thing is the Queensland bowl. And Pascoe here, it's not the end of the world, is it? Slightly overplayed, but that's
over the head. The point is, Alex, as you know very well, that the Queensland side aren't going to be trying dead drawing. For one, they're going to be endeavouring to play through a bowl.
The Queensland team just talking about their shot selection. What are the options here, Kev? New Zealand holding one?
I think to play down onto the blue bowl, try and get a turn onto their bowl, which looks to be second shot, turn the Grantham bowl through the head.
So we think on the forehand through that bowl
through
at 11 o'clock on the to the jack.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see what weight Cohen Litfin opts to play this shot with. It's a good camera angle there. You can see the spaces. It certainly looks like a forehand shot.
And yes, going to the forehand is the Queensland skip. And certainly
on a good line, if it holds.
Is it going to hold enough? No, it's not. But he's playing with that, good yard and a bit through the.
Yeah, that tells us the weight he was thinking. It's actually finished. If we look where that bowl's finished, it landed on the Kelvin Scott New Zealand bowl.
So there's a tie up there. There's two of theirs and one of ours. And this is one of the heads, really, I feel, for New Zealand is let Australia play the shot, hold the shot, let them play the shot. We'll just put some, we put some cover in down here somewhere. You'll see that you can clearly see there the New Zealand, the black ring there and the maroon ring on the Queensland bowl. So you can clearly see where the bowls are situated.
So Andrew Kelly just taking his time. He's got two bowls.
And that's blackjack number 22. You can see leaning over the fence there.
Number 22, is it?
22. Watching the action.
Marlene.
So Kelly, he's out on that wider side. Coming back now, getting down to the bowl. Brave, if he gets there. That's well played.
What a shot there from Andrew Kelly. That's incredible stuff.
Reaching the counting area, turning it through the head. All of a sudden, changes the shot selection as well for Queensland.
Great shot.
It was very, very well played by Andrew Kelly. Great weight control. Leaves New Zealand holding two. Now, because Litfin doesn't want to sort of dislodge his own bowl.
Yes,
If he's one bowl wide, he can get the blue bowl clean and fire through, and he's looking at 4 down.
Changes the shot entirely, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Of course, this is Litfin. I said that Kane was Litfin. It was because of he's hitting it on the forehand, Kev. If he holds up long enough, he's got it. He's got it. What a bowl! I think the jack may have been killed there.
I think so. Saw it sort of go right out to the right angles. Are we playing spots?
It's respotted, yeah. So it's a good bowl, but it's not gone well for Queensland, I don't think.
That's an Andrew Kelly bowl sitting there, isn't it? It's another New Zealand bowl.
He's a bit unlucky, really, to
behind.
Like
got the target clean, didn't he?
Yeah, he hit it so hard that you'd be surprised. It's surprising that more bowls didn't move, really.
Well, I think New Zealand are lane 2. And, of course, Queensland, yes, they are definitely lane 2.
Can we it'd be cool if we could get a replay of that shot of Litfin just murdering the jack, because it's... a lot of New Zealand bowls still seem to be there, Kevin. It's surprising because he wasn't short.
No, he certainly wasn't. He gave it, the full acceleration, and we're going to see Kelly now try and get down between You'll see the blue-coloured bowl there. Is the replay.
Here we go. So watch this carefully. Cohen Litfin on the forehand with big weight. Very close, but I think he almost gets the jack first because that white bowl stays there. Yeah, that's what happened.
Jack first.
He was, if anything, you'd say maybe half a bowl narrow. So got the jack left, the 2 New Zealand bowls behind. Unlucky-ish.
There's another Kelly going to be short, though, but... So it'd be interesting to see what weight he plays here, because I don't think he can get the jack cleanly straight back into the ditch the way how the bowl of Andrew Kelly's is sitting, although our angles, of course, are different to what's out on the green, of course. So completion of N2, last bowl of N2. And, yes, certainly playing with different weight, trying to get down to sit on the shot bowl. He's narrow. You don't use straight away. And don't want to slide.
Could get a slice of heaven. Could get a slice of heaven.
Don't want that.
That's you usually apologise for those. That's pretty unbelievable stuff there.
Well, it's fair to say when you're off target, some results can happen. But he was a long way off target. He was disappearing onto the next rink. He was way under the centre line, Alex, was it? But fortunately and unfortunately, when you play with weight, as we know, these things can happen, can't they? You've been playing with. So this particular match for the New Zealand side, I think it's there. I'm going to make a prediction now. This is their confidence booster match, this particular. We've already got the teams for the next 2 rounds for New Zealand, and we know there's going to be some more changes. But I just think this is the confidence booster after beating Ireland yesterday afternoon. And if they could get on top of the unbeaten Queensland side in this particular match, I just think gives the team a good boost.
And that's the thing, isn't it? Like, they all know you don't play for your country if you're not amazing at bowls, and they're all amazing at bowls. And they'll be disappointed with how they went for the first two games yesterday. But you come out here, you beat an undefeated team, and you just go, well, look, I'm proving my point.
Well played by Grantham. Tony Grantham there just slid underneath the Queensland bowl, draws a front toucher. On the back end is Chris Rosani's. You notice the delivery of Chris Rosani's, it sort of stops at his and then goes at his ankles, but he's close here. He's close here to get into the jack and does so.
Finish in a pretty good space, really, and Tony Grantham will stay on his backhand side.
Well, if he can get to a metre, on his and just get past his front bowl, it's a good start for the head for New Zealand.
So here's Tony Grantham on the backhand looking for a clean run.
Oh, he gets onto his own.
Oh, at least he sort of bogged it square, so that target's still very, very narrow.
One of the things yesterday at Broadbeach, Alex, it's just so evident as far as New Zealand's concerned, is that really moving forward with the blackjack side, the importance of having an 85% effective lead/2 combination, whoever they may be, is paramount against when you're playing the likes of Australia, England, because it's about getting those bowls, effective bowls, on the head early, isn't it? That makes such a big difference. Kelvin Scott going to timber into the front.
It's gone. It's gone. So let's just wait and see what happens here.
So they'll be playing now. We'll see. You'll see Jacob Nelson will be playing with that weight. By goodness, we'll see how far that comes back. Look to be. Has it got the weight to get all the way back? Trying to. No, it's not. Another one in that catching pen at the back. Andrew Kelly very quickly saying to Kelvin Scott, let's get a bowl in behind. If we can get a metre in behind, that's just going to make that shot more challenging. Well, the shot's there, but the result is more conducive.
I was a little surprised at the weight we saw there from the Queenslander.
So was I, actually. I thought it'd be more.
Almost expect them to go straight at it. Even if you look, that's what they're indicating now. Yeah. Any of those bowls with big weight is going to be a good result. You could get an incredible result if you see the two New Zealand black bowls, whatever colour they are. The bowl to the far right, if you got that square, all three just about disappear.
You're right, Alex. The direct weight to literally that middle bowl, those other two would just peel. They would just peel out off the head, correct.
I'd be surprised if we don't see weight here.
Because I agree with you, that was sort of peculiar weight that was played.
Oh, he's no mucking around this time, and he's close to a Queenslander. Willingham bowl to hold. Are you going to get another slice of heaven here, the Queensland team?
Backward cut.
Just about. So New Zealand now in an interesting position. What do we do, Kev? What's the call?
We just need to be half a metre past. Mixing up between those two Queensland bowls in behind the head. We've got the deepest bowl on the rink, that second bowl to Kelvin Scott's. So now, the target area, there, Lance passes go. You can see Andrew Kelly's got the size 10 out to get to that point. And there's no sense in blocking the front up.
Willing it on.
If he moves
Great shot, what a bowl.
that changes it entirely.
What a bowl. So now New Zealand holding at least a 3. The front of the head needs to be cleared here for the Queensland team. This will be fast.
Real weight.
Looking for anything square.
Outside and gone.
Oh, and the head continues to narrow up, Kev. It's an interesting end here for New Zealand.
Well, I think we've got enough on the head, to be fair, at this point in time, Alex. We know that Jacob Nelson, that Kane Nelson has still got a bowl left, and that's the philosophy that's the way Andrew Kelly is adopting to Lance Pascoe with this head. And he's definitely gone out on that wider side, get down past the head. The Queensland combination have shown what weight that they're going to play. And with that weight that they played with that last bowl, that narrow drive of Kane Nelson, the jack would go a long way back. The good thing early on in this match, though, Alex, is that New Zealand have been holding shots.
It's felt like a nice, evenly poised sort of match
They
here.
haven't been scratching to get into the game, so to speak. So they've started off confidently. This is an interesting weight. This is a very we're trying to get to their bowl.
This could be incredible if he holds up and rolls this bowl on. He's
bowl.
got it, Kev. He's got it. That is unbelievably good stuff there. What a shot.
You don't see much better than that, do you?
I would have been showing more emotion than Connor.
Don't.
It's such a good shot. Under huge pressure, his three's had 2 drives.
Just played literally on the draw with a yard of weight, got to their outside bowl and just turned it cleanly into the head. And Kelly looking at some options here, and I think if that's the option he's looking at, I agree with him, because he could get a jar into there and move things around a wee bit. He can play it, Alex, because you're not going to drop a bundle.
Absolutely, because we've got you've built a head where there's enough bowls there or thereabouts.
Absolutely, you're not putting yourself in a risk of dropping a chunky number if you move the jack
when
around.
Your worst case scenario is 2, that's not a bad place to be sitting, is it?
So Andrew Kelly, the New Zealand skip, makes his way back to the mat, trying to get down to. It's a measure they have indicated for shot. Here's Kelly.
Going square through the plant. He's close here. Andrew Kelly needs it to get down.
How good's that?
He chipped it out.
Clean. How good's that?
He chipped it out, Kev.
Well, to me, that... Well, I'd love to see a replay of that one because
I need a sip of coffee.
To get that bowl without touching the jack or any other bowl, Alex, is some achievement. So here is now Cohen Litvin now down on the head, trying to get down into this bowl, trying to get to this bowl.
He's
from
close.
The front.
This is just unbelievable. I've got no words.
So, Kelly, can he now play across the head to the blue bowl with that yard of weight, move it out of the head?
I saw Lance indicated there they're holding 1, I think.
Be interesting to see what, and I think we're holding 1. Well, we can turn a bowl into the head as well. There's no danger there.
So essentially what Lance has said is we're holding 1 point. Let's see if we can make it 2. But 1, we're happy enough just to be scoring another end, Kev. Do you think that's
well, that was well played by both skips, wasn't it? 2 outstanding bowls from both Cohen Litvin and Andrew Kelly. They were outstanding bowls. New Zealand confident that they've got the shot.
It's just as good as you'll ever see, really, in this game. I mean, we're on end 4 of this game. So what is that? 1 to the New Zealand team.
Oh, I see Grantham. It seems to have hit. Yes, he's got the mat. His Tony Grantham. So it was 1 to New Zealand.
And here's a replay. Now, watch this very carefully. He's cleared the front. He actually gets 2 feathers. He got 2 feathers off the front. It's hard to know. Was he going to chip it out or did he want to play that plane? Because they both did the same thing.
Well, the good thing was, though, Alex, that he was always in the target area.
Oh, that's literally within a bowl of all the options.
So he was always in a result area, wasn't he? And so Grantham now, and they've been building the head pretty good actually off the front.
And they haven't updated their scoreboard, Kev, but ours is up to date, which is what's important here. And we see Tony Grantham. That's a disappointing first bowl from Tony.
I was just going to say those are the bowls that you don't want under the line and a metre short. And Tony Grantham knows that. Chris Rosani's, who very accomplished Queensland player.
Well, when Tony gets going, I think there's a pretty strong argument that he's the equal best lead that you'll find anywhere. When he's having his day and he gets his tail up, you can't beat him. He just sort of, we've seen many times, and he played lead for Gary Lawson when they won the national pairs this year.
I think
his first bowl's there, his second bowl will be touching it.
I think, Alex, if I talk about our front options that I see, and I'm not going to mention names, but I think our front options for New Zealand going forward are pretty good. It's a matter of how we sort the back end out to get the best, the most effective.
Oh, there's all the talent in the world. Well, all the talent in New Zealand, I suppose, because by definition it's not the world. But we've got lots of depth in the domestic competitions for sure.
But these are those 2 bowls here, Tony Grantham, which you'll be disappointed about. As you well know, Alex, these are the ends sort of situations where you can very quickly. Chris Rosani's going to join him, though. He's under the head and light as well.
What's happened now is the pressure's immediately on. Well, not the pressure. The onus is now on Kelvin Scott, and that's where the good 2s.
Absolutely. Well, this highlights the importance of that number 2, isn't it, Alex?
When the chips are down, they salvage. When you've played a good end, they make it better.
Yeah, good line. I just heard Andrew Kelly indicating it's a good line for you. And nothing wrong with this as it comes right back. And that's exactly what you were talking about, Alex, wasn't it? That's the sort of recovery that you want your number 2 to bring to the game, isn't it?
And we see the Queenslander, Jacob Nelson.
Oh, here we
go.
Backhand. Sits the bowl.
Good shot.
Or rocks the bowl, I should say.
Get down to the inside bowl.
So you heard there Andrew Kelly very clearly. There, get down to that inside bowl. So he's really stressing to him the importance of being past the head.
Mate.
On the backhand.
Good words there here, Andrew Kelly saying you're close.
Inside out's good. Inside out's good here from Kelvin Scott. That's a good bowl.
There, 2 shots to New Zealand. It's great to hear Andrew Kelly sort of geeing the team on and being vocal in his commentary. I think that's exactly what we need, as we see here. Jacob Nelson looks fractionally wider this time.
Look at that drift. It's drifted at the end, and now Lance Pascoe just waiting for...
You got to follow, mate. You're playing something similar, you know, just that yard. If you do give it away, bad luck.
There you go, Andrew Kelly.
Get to Kelvin's inside one.
There we go. You just heard Andrew Kelly saying to try and get to Kelvin's inside bowl. So here's Pascoe on the backhand. And he's got the bowl out on that wider arc, which is nothing wrong with that. It's better to be... Yeah, good to hear Andrew Kelly saying weight's pretty good. And it's all about getting bowls around the head, isn't it, Alex?
That's the thing. You put the bowls there or thereabouts, and it creates the opportunity for a bit of luck to happen as well.
Absolutely.
If you've got bowls there or thereabouts, you can afford to miss and still get good results. And it's interesting. It's fascinating. We've got those 3 short bowls that sit at 11 o'clock to the jack. They're probably 2 metres short, and the rest of the head is sort of back
just
on the
cluttered all around the jack, isn't it?
Here we go. So the Queenslander now probably upish, looking for an inside out.
And went through, but again, as we see, Alex, that hunting game that they continuously play, isn't it? And let's face it, if we look here with the Australian lineups, we've got the best in the world here. 2 Australian sides and a Queensland side.
I think it's actually a positive, really, because the Queensland state team was a late replacement for Malaysia, which pulled out. But we've got 2 Australian sides and a Queensland side. That's super strong competition. What more could you ask for?
Get down to Scotty's inside one, or you're just missing down to here.
So there you heard from Blackjack 105 to get down there to Lance Pascoe, who of course just recently capped this for this tournament, 115. And needs to just be now.
Close here from Lance Pascoe. He played that well.
That's fine. That's absolutely fine. It got rested through the 2 bowls, sits him behind, got onto one of the Queensland bowls.
He played it well. Good to see Ray Martin there in the back supporting his team.
Here they are, Peter Bellis. My main concern is the device that Mike Carroll is. He's got some electronic device there. Is he doing coding or something? By goodness.
Yes, yeah, on a tablet. I'm sure it's all under control, Kev. And Litfin here on the back end.
Yeah,
played a lot of run shots this game. Well, that wasn't a run shot. It just looked like a hefty delivery. He's looking for that wriggle as well. He's picked the gap. As a player, you almost aim for those gaps and think, well, I won't get them because I'll either miss wide or narrow.
They've got 2 out of the last 3 bowls. They've got that gap. So Kelly can, on say, lane 2.
Interesting to see what Andrew opts to play here. So we can see New Zealand essentially holding 2. The danger, of course, is the jack moving to the right as we see it.
Well, it's interesting.
How do you cover it?
I just heard the Queenslanders just say then we've got to play with more weight, which is also fine as far as New Zealand are concerned because we have got bowls deep down on the rink, which helps significantly. So Andrew Kelly, Cantabrian, going to his forehand.
On the forehand side.
New Zealand leading 2-1 after 3 of 15 ends.
If he's got the weight right, this is a good bowl here, Kev. Just covering the danger, needs it to pull up now.
Ball sits in there now, and that's all fine.
That was a fair effort and a well-played bowl.
Well, the other thing which it also does, Alex, is it does put the opposition in possibly in 2 minds about what is the weight selection that we're going to play, because all of a sudden I'm 2 down on the head, but if I get the jack and I do get it in the ditch, I still could be 3 down. So, you know, it's interesting. So he's more going on the back end, more down, looking to be reaching, sitting on bowls.
So we see Connor
there's that gap again.
He's found it. And I must apologise. I keep on calling Kane Nelson Collar Litfin because of this habit that in international bowls, what happens is everyone follows their bowls up.
Correct.
So I'm looking, going, oh, everyone's at the end, so it must be the skips bowls. But it is not the case. So apologies to anybody listening. It's not the intention.
It's a moving mess of people.
Yeah, just like, it's cool. It must be at the skips turns. But it's just that the players follow their bowls up from the 2 position onwards.
I could hear the Irish in full voice out here encouraging So Kelly trying to get down to this blue
close.
bowl at the back here. If he can sit on that bowl, all but another bowl at the back.
Very good, mate.
What I also like, which I didn't see yesterday in New Zealand, so I just heard Kelvin Scott then applauding and that, because it also starts to play mind games with the opposition as well. As much as you don't think it does, but it does.
Oh, for sure. It's brilliant. I'm not sure if we spoke to Marlene, she'd tell us as well, but I know talking to Sharon Sims, she was telling me the other week or month or year or whatever, they played an international competition, and the New Zealand women's team had a little song that they used to sort of hum to themselves.
They did.
Used to drive the opposition absolutely insane. This is close.
Wider this time with weight, but
Connor, square. Good
got
shot.
it, square, well played, sits the bowl out. Is it one? Is it two?
Beautiful weight.
Two it was.
2 to the Queensland team. That's a great bowl.
So I'm going to ask you, we've played now 4 ends. Cohen Litvin, how many draw shots have you seen him play?
Very good question, and I would say not that many.
No. But it just highlights that, doesn't it, Alex, how they play the match.
Yeah, it's interesting. Certainly, yeah, the international game of fours, and for viewers who might be tuning in from Australia, it's quite different to our domestic game. It's probably a lot to do with conditions, I suppose, Kevin, because when we play in New Zealand, we are usually, although it's slowing down a bit now, but 17 seconds is sort of 16, 17's on the slow side for us.
Well, remembering that in New Zealand, we're always getting a yard of finish past the jack.
That's
or,
right.
Or to the jack, right? So you're not actually getting that here. And what we have to remember when we get to, for example, the World Bowls, we know that we've got Australia, the home nations, England, Scotland, Wales, they all play the same sort of match. South Africa,
I think
Hong Kong, China, because of the pace of the greens that they come off.
I think the point is that poking game on a domestic green is really hard to play in New Zealand because you'll just lose your bowls.
You can't.
You just lose your bowls.
Yeah.
So our natural fours game is to draw to it and then smack the bejesus out of it if you're down. It's not about sort of poking through all the time.
No doubt Peter Bellis and co would have this well under control. There's another Pasco arrives here from supporting the family. Shane just arrived supporting Lance.
Yes, and Lance obviously a new cap, and I believe there was a family member there to watch that ceremony on whatever night it was before we started.
Yeah,
day we Sunday, Friday night.
Shane was a very good player in New Zealand, now plays in the Illawarra area, and very, very, very good player.
So we see the start here. Tony Grantham, one on, one past. If it stops, it's good. It's a good bowl, really. That's a good shot.
Well, anything under the number, Alex, really, in this, and I would say going forward for the whenever the New Zealand side is announced, I would certainly like us to find somewhere where we're going to have, I'll say, a 14, 15 second green, where we can have training camps and play away our heart's content.
I have no doubt that it'll happen.
And because that's so many of the countries that we will be up against or playing against adopt that sort of, it's just the way the game's played.
Kelvin Scott on the forehand looking to sit through that bowl.
That's fine, turns that bowl over, but opens the head up now to be able to play down to that what is the shot bowl.
The good thing is that the jack sprung away a little bit from the bowl that Kelvin rolled up, so there's still gaps there for clean movement.
Well, it's a clean reach through the bowl on the backhand. Of course, you've got Tony Grantham's bowl sitting down towards under the number, the 2 metre mark. So, it is a good, you don't always have to have the shot.
Here we go, the Queenslander on the backhand looking to promote their own bowl into the head, has done so. That's a good shot.
Good shot. Just cuts that angle off.
Here's the question. How soon do we get aggressive at this?
Now. Playing through on the forehand. Wait, that's I presume he's playing through on the forehand, Kelvin Scott, with a good 1.5 yards, 2 yards of weight, and exactly what he's doing.
They'll both go clean, Kev, if he gets
on the
down.
outside, but that's the shot. He's missed that, so be it.
Beautiful speed.
But the other thing about that, Alex, is it starts to build confidence when you're not sort of fishing around, floundering around, trying to draw here, draw there. While it's there, play it.
Yeah, and what we've got set up is one of my favourite shots in the game, because those two bowls, the Queensland bowls, are staggered diagonally. So if the New Zealand front bowl, and we'll just wait for the camera angle to switch. So the bowl that sits at 12 o'clock, if New Zealand hits that,
it'll go out clean.
Both of those bowls split off. The New Zealand bowl follows through.
And the jack literally doesn't move.
And the jack doesn't move. Beautiful shot to watch. It's one of the most satisfying bowls you'll ever see. So hopefully it stays there for New Zealand to have a go at it.
Well, I might turn the Kelvin Scott bowl over here now.
No, it's not stayed there, Kev.
I think I'd still be playing it.
It's still half on. Now we have a chance. If you narrow onto Kelvin's bowl, the plant pops the jack back. So we've still got a full bowl target. Yeah, there. Thank you, Andrew. So they're just making a decision. So we're one down. Okay, so just playing a slightly more conservative, less attacky with the first bowl. So trying to get a third or fourth shot in first, Kev. Is that what you think?
Yeah, and playing it on the backhand to try and get in amongst those where those bowls are as well. So here on the backhand is the New Zealand number 3, Lance Pascoe, and as long as he gets into the cluster, as we'll call it, gives us another bowl on the head. Now we can attack that now with more weight, Alex, because we in fact have got the bowls sitting on the, and I still think those two bowls could jar out.
I'd go it on the forehand to get rid of the two bowls. So yeah, I tend to agree with you, Kev, but of course I'm not playing for New Zealand, and it's much easier to sit here. But it does look like if you hit that front blue bowl on the forehand side, they must both go. And if you lose Andrews, you've still got Lances up the front.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's going to go there. What's interesting, that Queensland elect to go nowhere near the head and try and get some depth down towards the 2 metre mark.
So Lance Pascoe going real quick on the forehand side. He's going to get them both. They're both gone. There you go. Play the shot I called.
It was on. Sure, only lays us with one, but you know it's how we played the shot, Alex. It's result shots. That's the big thing. It's about getting result shots.
That was a great shot there, really. Look at this replay here. They both go. This is beautiful. The most satisfying shot you'll see in bowls. Square onto the blue. Bang, bang. Thank you very much.
And he got to the target without touching anything else as well, Alex. So he got that clean. And we have got another bowl out to the side as well. So on the mat is Cohen Litfin. And they're asking it to hurry. Hasn't got the weight. So here's a chance now. Well, now, I wonder, it's important, I still think Andrew Kelly gets another bowl on the head here. Because if we just have a look, 1, 2, there's 4 Queensland bowls.
It's pretty scattered, isn't it?
But there's a lot of room left afterwards, though, Alex, to be fair. There is, you know. But so Andrew Kelly would be endeavouring to get another bowl on the head.
Andrew Kelly opting for the forehand side. Such a deliberate bowler. I actually think that's quite good. We'll just wait for this one to finish before I finish that thought.
Needs to get past this clean. Needs to get past it. Oh, he doesn't.
Collar on the probe. Now, what I was halfway through saying before I distracted myself, Andrew Kelly's a very deliberate bowler, and there's 2 types of bowlers in the world. I spoke about yesterday. You've got deliberate bowlers and the ones that look like they're natural bowlers, although it's more because they put so much practice in, but the ones that just get on the mat. Yeah, Aaron Wilson's. Yeah. And that seems to be the in vogue style at the moment. But your slow bowlers, the ones that take their time, tend to be a good natural sort of competitor to the ones that are fast on the mat, and I think it's quite good to have. I like that contrast.
I think what it does do, and if we go back to last weekend, Alex, when we covered the inter-centre, and I refer to Raymond Martin, who's a very deliberate player as well, we saw as the game progressed, a couple of his matches in fact, how the consistency just stayed, you know, he does the same thing every time, right?
And for me, a deliberate bowler doesn't need to speed up.
No, well, that's
so they play to their speed, right? Yeah. Whereas a a fast bowler can be slowed down. If I'm taking 20 seconds on the mat, I'm slowing down my opposition's routine. If they take 20 seconds, I don't care. If they take 5 seconds, I don't care.
Good opening bowl from Tony Grantham here, just behind the jack. Well,
it just intrigues me. It's an interesting. I think it's an interesting strategy to sort of combat this.
Well, you watch
speed that we see.
You watch some of the Irish players, you know.
Oh, we watched Adam yesterday in the singles. Takes about 4 seconds on the mat. And it was on its way.
Yeah.
There we go, Chris on the forehand side. He's not far away here. Looking to rest Tony Grantham's bowl out square.
Well, the good thing, he rested the bowl, but that's good because he actually rested it back directly and behind the jack, straight line to the jack, and that's ideally where you want them, not sitting out on the angle. Grantham again there on the backhand as we play Ian 6 of 15 with the scores all locked up between Queensland and New Zealand, 3 apiece. Under the line here is Tony Grantham, but he finishes jack level. That's not all bad.
So Chris making his correction now. Of course, this team undefeated yesterday, 3 wins. Queensland Fours team. New Zealand Fours team had a more troubled day, losing their first 2 games comfortably and then winning their 3rd against Ireland. So looking for a redemption day today. Of course, all part of the intrigue because it is a section play system, so it's certainly in New Zealand's best interests if they can get up in this game, which is tied 3-3 after 5 ends and deserves to be. But if New Zealand can keep close and get over on this game, they'll be pretty pleased, and it essentially keeps the hopes alive, doesn't it, Kev?
Oh, it does. I think psychologically this is a very big game for New Zealand because after beating Ireland yesterday afternoon, sure, it changed the team around a wee bit, which is going to happen round by round, but what it does overall to the team, it just instills that a wee bit more confidence into the team. And don't forget, of course, playing today somewhere, Sheldon Baggy-Howley is playing the singles.
I feel like it's Paradise Point, Kev.
Right, okay, which isn't far from here, I don't think, is it? It's one of the greens that we haven't used previously. Normally, when we've had the international events, we've used Broadbeach, Musgrave and Club Helensvale. They've traditionally been the 3 clubs that have been used, but now because of the increased numbers, there's 2 other clubs being used, Mudgeeraba and of course Paradise Point are now being used as well, which will also be used, I imagine, for the World Bowls come September.
Yeah, I struggled with that, the Mudgeeraba name. I was speaking to Harold, who was our commentator yesterday, and asked him to explain to me how to pronounce it, but we never really got there. So Mudgeeraba is as close as I can get. You probably gave it a better go than me, Kev, so I apologise to the Australians listening in.
It's buzz bars with a mudge.
Now I want a buzz bar to go with my cup of coffee. As we go back to the game, let's focus on the game. So we've got a bowl at 6 o'clock.
Short bowl there from Lance Pascoe, because Kelvin Scott. And again, not that we're in any difficulty here, but the big concentration for New Zealand, Alex, is to have effective bowls. Because Kelvin Scott had one go in the ditch. First bowler, Lance Pascoe, is about 6 feet short. And really, to build the heads, just need to get those effective bowls. More than likely holding 2 shots at the moment. Just going to slide past the jack. And it is the Queensland bowl. That's the shot bowl. That bowl of Kane Nelson's is shot. Lance Pascoe now wanting to improve on his first bowl.
Yeah, really good, clear communication here from Andrew Kelly.
Yeah, it's very good. He's just saying to come down on that, following the Australian bowl down on that forehand, either get to the bowl.
So even if we look at this line, I know he's going to miss a little bit narrow, but for the international viewers who are wondering, what's the difference when we're playing a domestic game, if Lance had played that line on a domestic green, he would have been out of the rink.
Oh, you'd be picking it up on the side.
You can't do that.
No, you can't.
So it's something when we talk about our players coming to these events, and they play well, but it's against it feels like it's against the natural order of things as a player, doesn't it? You've grown up playing bowls at New Zealand on these nice fast greens with big swooping draws at the end. Is this Queensland player here willing this bowl to either hold or turn? Good shot.
Well, the other thing is, Alex, we always talk about in New Zealand about getting back to the centre line on the New Zealand greens. On these Australian greens, like now, it's about getting that effectiveness around the jack area.
Yes.
Or sitting on, so if you're slightly under the head, it doesn't actually matter.
Yeah.
It's about getting effective bowls in that sort of that half a metre around the jack area.
It's an interesting contrast to look at and a challenge for the players for sure, although they're more than capable of rising to it. And historically, New Zealand has, if we look back, we've got a very proud international history. I mean, Peter Bellis, who's here, won the world singles on like a 9-second green against Willie Wood. You can't get something that's more different to the New Zealand conditions, particularly at that time when New Zealand would have been playing 21, 22-second greens.
Mike Kernan won our last Commonwealth Games medal in Manchester in, 8 seconds, 9 seconds greens. So
it's not that we're not capable. We're just trying to explain the challenges that these players have. Andrew Kelly really looking at this bowl long and hard.
Had to be under the front bowl of Pascoe's, but you'll see the bowl. You're right again, Alex, because if you played that shot in New Zealand, that bowl would have moved away afterwards about a metre or so. But because the pace here, as the wind starts to get up here on the hill, we look at the flags out the front. And
fluttering in the breeze. Where's the New Zealand flag?
There must be another flagpole.
That's in a front.
Well, I presume we could ask one of the management of the club, who's a New Zealander, really, what's going on.
Has it fallen off? I can see there's a... okay, we'll deal with that later. That's fine.
So...
Goodness gracious me.
Cohen Lifton trying to add to the count, 3 apiece. He's outside. Buck gets one of his own, sits on the New Zealand bowl.
So what's the situation here, Kev, if we look at the head? One to Queensland?
Possibly 2. I think the middle bowl, which is slightly jack high, the New Zealand bowl there. And Kelly needs to... the opportunity for Andrew Kelly, I think, here is to play down with weight underneath the front bowl of Lance Pascoe's. He can either get the shot bowl, or if he's fortunate enough, he can get the jack and move it out to the side. And there are 2 New Zealand bowls, one sitting in line with the jack and behind, and one out to the side where the jack could move to. There's no points for not being aggressive in this sort of game. So here is Kelly on the mat. And that's the shot he's trying to play, Alex, that we just spoke about. Is it going to hold? Is it going to hold? Trying hard. That was the shot to play. Just goes by under the jack. But that was the shot to play.
And again, that bit of confidence coming through. It's been a really good game of fours to watch this, Kev. I've enjoyed it. We're already on end 6 here, and it's 3 apiece, so there's been a 2 scored somewhere along the lines, but a really enjoyable game of bowls to watch so far.
I'm very impressed to see the New Zealand side endeavouring to play the shots to give themselves scoring chances. And it's pleasing to see them endeavouring to play that. And it's going to come back far enough with the weight. Oh, gets a jar on the bowl, sit inside it.
Great bowl there.
Oh, it'll count for sure.
So that'll be, we'll just have a look, a 2, I think, to the Queensland side.
We'll see in about a moment.
5-3.
Watch that board change in a moment.
They've played 6 ends
now. Gone. And it was 3.
It was a 3, so 6-3. That's a big end there for the Queensland team. The first number we've seen.
Well, in the context of the match, Alex, that was a big end for Queensland. New Zealand just need to do their job.
Now we see a shorter end here, Kev. That's interesting.
very surprising that this.
And is that a change? Has Queensland always had their 3 and skip up the centre from the start?
No.
So here we see another change.
As we see though, Chris Roseanne about 5 feet short, so here's the chance for Tony Grantham to own the jack early in the piece.
And Tony Grantham's cap that you can see him wearing came to Australia in my bag, Kevin.
Oh, did it?
You're welcome, Tony. At least he remembered his bowls. And that's a good shot there, a good opening bowl.
Good opening bowl, yeah. Tony Grantham.
I have it under good authority too that a player whom I shall not name literally forgot their bowls and then remembered them.
Well, that's happened.
Before they flew.
Yes.
That may be someone in this team.
So, blackjack number 108 is Grantham. Played 153 matches for New Zealand. Made his debut way back in 2011 at the Asia Pacific Championships. That was his debut.
He's been a top bowler for the best part of 20 years, Tony Grantham.
Oh, he needed to get down through there clean. Would have been ideal. So, Jacob Nelson on the backhand, with New Zealand definitely holding the shot. And of course, we'll be bringing you this, the next round. Of course, we'll be bringing you this afternoon as the New Zealand para Julia O'Connor and Terry Blackburn, both on debut this particular event. They'll be playing, I think, one of the Australian.
It's an Australian
combination.
Yep.
I think they'll be playing, and we'll be bringing that match live.
Yep, certainly looking forward to that.
Talking to Terry yesterday, she's absolutely delighted to be here. Absolutely delighted, and
certainly up for it, and it'll be a good game to watch. As we see this here, a lot of short bowls here, Kev. You see what,
1, 2, 3, 4
5 bowls.
Short there.
Kelvin Scott on the backhand. So you see someone's moving our camera.
Needs to
Maybe
reach.
just a bit of wind.
Needs to reach through the port. He's close.
Close here.
He's close. Oh, he
Unlucky.
was very unlucky. He was on line to get to the front of that multicoloured Queensland bowl, move it out of the head.
It was well played, really.
Had the right weight, right line. Just, half a bowl at the most.
So we see the Queensland. Who's this one? Is it the 3 making his way back? It's confusing with the players going up to the head, Kev, to figure out what order's what.
Yeah, what's the... I thought there was some new ruling about this, Alex.
I've read it, but I couldn't tell you with any confidence.
No, I just thought there was some...
Again, it's something we just don't see in domestic competition.
Well, touch the jack could be a New Zealand favour. No, it sits out to the side, but it's there, clean to reach for
Good shot
Pesco.
there. It must have been Kane Nelson. Or if I just say one of the Nelsons, that covers half the bowls for me, doesn't it?
That was Kane Nelson, Lance Pesco now on the backhand.
He's close here, Kev. Lance Pesco. We don't have a back bowl, so it has to, if we pick up the jack, we have to run with it. I don't have the weight to pick up the jack. Okay, sit on a bowl.
Well, it's a bowl on the head. Well, the good thing about getting that bowl on the head, really, Alex, is we can afford to play with a yard of weight now through the bowls because we have got that deep. We've got a bowl locked in amongst.
Kane here on the backhand.
Going to get the trail. No, he won't. Goes by.
Be happy enough with that, though, won't he, Kev?
Oh, it's another bowl over the head for the Australians. You'll see there the indication from Andrew Kelly to Lance Pascoe to play exactly the same weight.
He's let it go nice and smooth. Lance Pascoe here. Of course.
Just going to go outside the jack, but that's a good home. It's a good home back amongst it. Because that's where...
I would expect that if Mandy isn't tuning in live, she'll tune in at some point to watch this coverage. So just a shout out to Mandy Boyd, one of our greatest ever women bowlers with decades left of bowls to come from Mandy, and hopefully one day we see a donning of the silver fern again for her. But she's played World Championships here in Australia. She knows what's required, and I would imagine that has been able to give some pretty good advice to Lance coming out here on his first.
And of course we'll be lining up next week back in New Zealand in the final of the Interclub playoffs.
Yes.
Elmwood. Elmwood Park.
Great bowling family. The Boyds, obviously their father, Doug, a very good indoor
Correct.
bowler. And then Ange and Mandy both have played for New Zealand.
Both got New Zealand Gold Stars.
Yeah, you can't ask. I mean, if you look on that as a bowler's career, it's pretty good, isn't it?
Pretty good, isn't it?
It's good, a bit of sportsmanship there from Litfin, just rolling Andrews' bowl through for him as we have a look at this shot here. So the situation is it's a reasonably open draw on the backhand, really, for Andrew Kelly.
Well, backhand touch or backhand sit works favourably for New Zealand, and that's what Andrew Kelly will be endeavouring to do.
So we see there all the bowls are finished slightly to our left as we see them, so they're all slightly narrow, which leaves that backhand open.
Here. He's close
needs
here
to
to
follow
get a
it,
good
needs
result.
to follow it, needs
get
to
it
follow
round
it.
the corner. He was desperately unlucky there. Still one. He played it perfectly.
That was a great effort there from Andrew Kelly, really. He couldn't have done much more than that, Kev.
No, of course now he's caught in the dilemma about what shot do I play now.
Well, it was open and now it's not. We'll wait and see. What would you do, Kev?
Well, I think that following the Litfin bowl, trying to draw down to there, I don't think there's many options on. There's certainly no, big scoring chances.
So we can see Queensland holding just the one, we think.
So on the forehand is the New Zealand skip, Andrew Kelly. Well, if he gets past here, how long is he going to hold? This is close.
He's very
close. This is close. Does it get through? Yes, it does get through. I'm sure that got through the New Zealand bowl. Well played. Superbly played. Two wonderful bowls there by Andrew Kelly.
That was unbelievably good.
Well, it's a difficult head to play to, Alex, with that second bowl. Now, you look at the blue flag out in front of us here. You can see now, we talk about the wind on the hill.
Yes, and you can hear it in the mic as well. The wind's just getting up that little bit. What a shot there from Andrew Kelly.
That was so well played. It's interesting as well. We've sort of persisted with a shorter length as well.
Here's a replay. Let's watch this. He gets it absolutely. Oh no, this is it's still a good bowl to watch. I'm happy to watch this. Earlier on, we saw Lance Pascoe have a hoop up the middle and remove 3 bowls, which is, I think, just about as good as the bowl we just saw from Andrew Kelly, where he trailed the jack back. And we see that first bowl there from Tony Grantham, just that little bit short. And Chris here on the forehand. Such a good bowl from Andrew Kelly. He's played well this game, hasn't he?
He has.
Even on the first end, his last bowl on the first end was jack in the ditch, clean.
Well, one thing that has become apparent for him after yesterday, that the team is playing with more confidence, Alex. That's not having a go at Raymond Martin at all, but they just seem to be, and the reason as well is because I think that the confidence that Andrew Kelly is bringing in himself, and just his body language and vocab to the team, I think is positive.
It's been a good game to watch. I mean, a first day is never that much fun, really. The players had a couple of days practice, but the first day of a competition, so they've had a day to settle in. I saw them having breakfast this morning when we were popping in to help set up the broadcast. Look at this here from Chris, though. That's really good leading.
Well, this is weird now with 2 short bowls from Tony Grantham. This is there. We can't muck around. We've got to be trying to play through, and that's what Kelly's saying.
Again,
playing with a yard, exactly.
We talk about those.
You can see the wind there now on Andrew Kelly's, and the danger is, and the wind gets up here on the hill. Alex, if you try and play outside the draw, you will get affected by the wind. So you're better to play with a wee bit of weight to hold up.
Very close here from Kelvin Scott.
And this is the sort of shot that we're talking about. And it will sit on one of the shot counting bowls. Gives New Zealand a bowl in the counting area.
It was lovely weight, really, from Kelvin Scott. Just maybe half bowl narrow, but still has improved it. It depends, really, what happens here, doesn't it, Kev, on this bowl?
Ideally, I'd love to see the Queenslanders, Jacob Nelson would be generous enough to leave a shoulder there on that jack level line.
I don't think they're that nice.
But he's going to get the Tony Grantham bowl in the front, and well.
Fascinating, actually, how this head's changed in just 2 bowls.
Well, the indication there from Andrew Kelly is to try and get to that back bowl, because then you can play. New Zealand can then play through to try and get a result.
Andrew, I didn't let this one go as good as he would have liked, Kelvin Scott. Now you just hope that it keeps going. You know, once you know you're narrow, you go, well, just at least get past the head so that my bowl can come in useful later on.
It's the danger that we've spoken about a number of times.
Goodness, there's someone getting a bit excited.
Sounds like the Irish, I would say.
I would not have the energy to. I mean, I talk all day anyway, Kev, but I'm not screaming into the microphone. I wouldn't have the.
They love it. They love it.
Here we go. This is close here from the Queenslander.
He
could get unlucky.
Well,
he could get unlucky.
He could get a turn onto our bowl here, and does so.
That is a slice of hell. That literally couldn't have gone worse for the Queensland.
And the good thing about that shot for New Zealand now, which New Zealand hold, the shot bowler is actually locked on top of one of the New Zealand bowlers.
That's good. It just couldn't have gone better.
I think the spectacle you do at noise, Alex, is, you wait to the world bowls, and it'll more likely eventuate in something. And that is Scotland playing Ireland, and that's
that's noise there, is it?
It's a noise feast, I can assure you. So Lance Pascoe will be endeavouring to get another bowl in that counting zone for New Zealand. If he can sit on this outside multi-blue coloured bowl, that's a good finishing position.
Potter gone,
not
the
far
early
away. That's fine.
A few claps there.
What I am liking of most of the New Zealand bowls as well is, one, we're getting up to that 85% of effectiveness, Alex, and we're also countering where the Australian bowls go. So we're not getting vulnerable heads, which is a plus for us.
Yeah, it's good. It's been a really enjoyable game of bowls to watch, really. There's been so many. I mean, we've put a few of the highlights on our social media as it's gone on, but there's so many good bowls, and this one might be another one if he clears the front. Well,
Kane Nelson could well get a generous slide here. No, he doesn't, and the target now for Lance Pascoe is in between those bowls. To that blue, if we can get to that blue bowl.
So last week we spoke about the tui that was a huia on the Bay of Plenty shirt. What bird is on the Bowls Queensland shirt there, Kev?
Cockatoo.
I was going to say kookaburra.
Kookaburra, that's what it is. Kookaburra.
Who knows? There's obsession of putting birds on shirts. Maybe Club Musgrave could have those attack birds you were telling me about earlier.
They're the pelicans. It's their name. They're the pelicans.
The attack pelicans.
Yeah,
I love it.
The pelicans on the hill.
Very good. Rightio, so the Queenslander here on the forehand side. He's close. If he gets his bowl to come back, he's one down. They've got all the bowls around.
Yeah, coming back to the jack.
Very close.
Coming back to the jack.
That's
now.
Genius.
Touch on the jack.
But popped it back a little bit too far.
Yeah, it would be.
We may have Kelvin Scott's. Remember about 30 seconds ago, Kev, we said Kelvin Scott was narrow, so you just hope you get past the head and it become helpful. He got past the head and it's become helpful, hasn't it?
Also good to see, just watching the body language of the New Zealand side there with Andrew Kelly. It's good. It's positive. That, you know, and you know, as we build whoever the players are to the World Championships, having a team whereby, you know, you're bonding together in a harmonious way helps to bring results.
Absolutely. So, Andrew Kelly just asking people to move.
Well, we saw his drawing prowess in the last end, didn't we? You know, he drew an absolute superb bowl.
Yeah, he did it. Well, maybe we can have a look at that bowl just while we're waiting for Andrew to get people to move. That bowl he played to pop the jack back for one. It's a beautiful shot. Here's the replay. So are we going to see a repeat of that? So he popped the jack back there, one bowl. Let's see what Andrew Kelly can manage now. I like that, the little smile at the end.
Well, it's good to see, isn't it? That's a good confidence. Here's Kelly now trying to get on the draw, needs to get inside the Kelvin Scott bowl. No, he needs
down you come, Andrew.
A couple of feet of weight more than likely.
Set them both down. Can we see any indication of if we're holding right there, Kev? Just everyone's sort of standing.
I thought I saw Kane Nelson indicate that they were holding two.
Well, I see an arm. Lance has got his arms crossed, and then we've got two teapots. So I think probably we'll say 2 to Queensland, the one at 11 o'clock and the one at 12 o'clock.
The two multi-blues are the two that I would say are the, because if Andrew Kelly is able to draw inside his own bowl, which will, well, obviously it must be, because we see Cohen Litfin going also on that backhand side.
He doesn't want to hit the white bowls, doesn't want to hit New Zealand, and this could be a calamity for the Queensland team. It's not gone well for Queensland. Well, briefly not gone well, because they've got second, third and fourth shot. We may see attack. Let's see what happens here, Kev.
Oh, it's good. Kelvin Scott, Lance Pascoe both having a look on there. One down. New Zealand one down. So changing hand indication to Andrew Kelly to reach that bowl of Tony Grantham's, trying to turn that bowl into the head.
So New Zealand has made their way, well, it's been a close game. Remember, we trail 4-6 here in this game. It'd be nice if the New Zealand team could find a way to score, and there is a danger because Queensland has probably second, third and fourth shot, 3 out of the 5 closest bowls.
Watch this, watch this,
Genius.
watch this. How's that?
Genius.
Andrew
Look at
Kelly
that. Look at that.
That's what you want to see.
I got nothing. What a bowl. I was busy saying how many seconds Queensland had. There's nothing on here for Queensland. The plant on Andrew's bowl doesn't work. It's not going to take anything off. You can't get through to chip it off. Maybe the smallest feather off the blue bowl that sits at 2 o'clock to the shot. But even then, can you see anything for Queensland here, Kev?
No,
I can't see anything.
Because the other problem they've got out is there's not enough swing to get to the shot bowl. And remembering, I'm fairly sure that Kelvin Scott, his bowl's over here. Yeah, I think it's one of those.
Cut it down.
This is a perhaps really, I think, and we'll just see what happens. Good to see. I see even Chris Lee, who's not playing in this particular game, all behind the team there, and they're all supporting one another, and very good to see.
Absolute genius from Andrew Kelly. He's played some bombs today and yesterday in the singles. He played well. He just had the one loss against Australia, but 2 comprehensive wins in form for this multi-nations event. As we see, perfection required here from the Queensland skip. He was close there, Kev.
He got past that bowl, certainly had the weight to get to it. But the last 3 ends we've seen Andrew Kelly play 3 big conversion
Let's
bowls.
watch a replay of that. Just popped it in the high fives. Great stuff.
Well, it's the difficulty is for those. I'm not saying.
And we think just the one at the moment. By the way, I'm not sure if he moved the jack at all.
No, just the one it is. But the difficulty is in those shots, Alex, is on these sort of greens is being able to judge your weight and line to be able to get that sort of result.
Oh, that's such a hard bowl to play, and he played it with perfect. Everything was perfect about it. He ended up with shunted a short bowl of ours up for a front toucher, and almost impossible to beat. That's as good as a skip bowl is going to get, and New Zealand now trailing 5-6 in this game. What a game of bowls it's been, and look at this here. Tony Grantham, front touch. Well, not quite a front toucher.
Oh, Tony Grantham making amends because he played 2 short bowls on this last end, and he's been very consistent throughout. And he knew, right, I've got to take a lap this end, fellas. I've got to get us away to a good start. And he's just done that as we watch Chris Rozans come down, just get a touch on the Grantham bowl. Yeah, good talking there from Andrew Kelly, saying to Tony Grantham, change your hand. Don't want to see you get a touch on that blue bowl of Chris Rozans and roll it into the head. So here is the Aucklander on the backhand.
Milling this bowl on.
Just a yard away here, Andrew Kelly indicating. Remembering, of course, Queensland yesterday got 3 from 3. Now, about results, Alex, just see this bowler Rozan.
He's got it. What a shot. That's beautiful there, Chris. Just trailing the jack away. Very good bowl. Results, Kev.
Yeah, so if they go to the Bowl New Zealand website,
Yes.
All of the results, round by round, are there.
Yeah.
It's very difficult for Alex and myself to try and update throughout because you've got to remember that we're multi-venued as well. We've got 2 greens here at Club Musgrave where New Zealanders are in action, but of course they're also in action at Broadbeach, Helensvale, Paradise Point.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
The best place to get round by round up-to-date results, just go to the Bowls New Zealand website and all the results and progress on the side. Everything's there.
I mean, the results are essentially everywhere. We've got Bowls Australia doing some great coverage, Bowls New Zealand, Bowls Queensland, any of the NSOs that are involved in this event are publishing results. So if you just go looking, you will find something, and it all sits on BowlsLink, which of course uses the same stuff as BowlsHub, which we use for our domestic competition. So all the results round by round available there, and just an explanation for why it's challenging, I suppose, to find the day's team configuration. It's because the selectors, of course, can change the team round by round. So we are updating as we look at this. Look at this here from the Queensland 3. Yeah. Beautiful shot. We are updating who's playing where on the Bowls New Zealand website, but it's only round by round. So, for example, we've got the first round's teams for the men's and the ladies up now. When the second round starts, we'll have that.
Alex and I got an idea of who's playing what today, but
yes, no, we're not allowed to.
But we're not going to say. We'll just leave that as it sits and
it'll be updated round by round as it goes.
Good turn here on the bowl from Pascoe on that backhand. That came back a long way on that backhand side, and
Marlene still watching on.
Yeah, of course, it played on this green a number of times for New Zealand.
One of our greatest bowlers as well, Marlene.
In days gone by.
Beautiful delivery too when she was playing, Kev.
She always sort of, yeah, she was pretty proud of her delivery because it was always the same.
It was.
Kane Nelson. Now, I must have, you were quite right, Alex. This is it's like a moving waltz with this Queensland
It's
team.
very confusing. I'm easily confused at the best of times. So I'm just going to refer to it as the Nelsons, and I'm half a chance of getting it right unless it's the last 2 bowls, in which case, of course, we know it's Cohen Litfin.
So the call here from Andrew Kelly for Lance Pascoe to change that line, because before he was on that draw line outside the bowls, now to come and needs Andrew Kelly saying you need more weight, need a yard or so more weight, and you can play down through that line to get to those counting bowls.
It's a frightening end for New Zealand, isn't it, here? Because we've got Queensland building up well.
This is on a good line. Is it going to hold long enough?
Clean.
Got one. Got
shot.
one. Well played. And I see the Queensland skip, Cohen Litvin as well, applauding that bowl. And I just heard then Kelvin Scott saying, great bowl. And it certainly was, because that was in a difficult angle to get to the bowls, Alex, wasn't it?
Yeah, you couldn't. I mean, that's as much of that bowl as you possibly could have got. So we see now a situation: New Zealand 1 down to that bowl that sits at 10 o'clock to the jack, maybe 2 down. Well, let's just wait, because we might be 2 up in a second. Nah, 2 down. I was being too optimistic. So those 2 closest bowls are Queensland bowls, and the ones at 6 and the one at 4 are New Zealand bowls.
You have to agree, Alex. So, and we see this with the Australian bowlers so often, their ability to be able to get bowls in and around the head on a
it's relentless, isn't it?
On a consistent basis. It's they don't have scatter heads, literally, do they? So is Kelly going to try and find that port between Kelvin Scott bowl and Tony Grantham bowl to get down to the shot bowl? Kelvin Scott encouraging him.
He's saying forehand. So the challenge here is that there is lots of short bowls up the centre of the rink, which would makes it challenging for any weight to be played, doesn't it, Kev?
Yeah, it does. It certainly it definitely alters it for sure.
What's happening? There's lots of confusion. Oh, they lost a mat. Oh, they're seeing if a bowl's in or out. What's going on?
Kelvin Scott says, I'll take over. I'll manage this, thank you.
think it's out, but up to you guys.
We're teaching the Queenslanders, so if you're an international watcher in New Zealand, one of the things we do is if you're not sure if a bowl's in or out, you put the mat against the bowl, and if you can't see the peg, then it's out. If you can see the peg, then it's in. Obviously what happened there was I was like, oh, just use the mat.
Well, obviously Australians had never used that.
No, so we're teaching the international audience a new system there, I think, Kev.
Because they actually put the mat up against the peg.
Yes, I think there may have been definitely a misunderstanding there.
And Kelvin said, come on, look, just give it to me. Oh.
One of the Kiwis would have gone, I'll just use the mat, and there would have been confusion reigning.
I'll show you how we do this. And he says it's out.
Of course, every time I see an umpire using a mirror, I think back to the little clip we had from one of the New Zealand singles in the 80s where the umpire brought out the drinks tray instead of the mirror.
Absolutely, and it was out. There we go.
So it's a system that works, isn't it?
There we go.
Oh, that's great stuff. That's very funny.
Yes, that famous New Zealand final, I think it was.
Yeah, between Kevin Darling and a man from South Canterbury who won it.
Robin Milne.
That's the one, Robin Milne, but the umpire brought the drinks tray out and not the mirror. Very, very funny. Andrew Kelly here.
Again,
after all that stuff, he might get a lucky result. Oh, just about a slice of heaven.
Notice there, Alex, that at the back end of that bowl took a real big swing in towards it. Was certainly there's certainly a big swing down through there. One down, New Zealand trailing 6-5. 1, 2 down. 1.
I think, I'm not sure. Call it 1.5.
Definitely 1 down, New Zealand. On the backhand, that was quite humorous of the mat, actually.
I'm enjoying it. And the Queenslander just promoting. Is that a New Zealand bowl? I think I saw a black sticker on that.
That is a New Zealand bowl. I've never seen the mat being put up against the rink peg.
It's hilarious. I'll be. We may post that clip on social media after this game.
Yeah. Kelvin Scott said, give it to me. I'll show you how it's done.
Now Andrew Kelly here, more on the probe. He's close to a result. He needs something square now. Needs something square. That was close.
Bad luck. He was only half a bowl away, Kelly, from getting a very good result for the New Zealand side. Just think it's the 1 down, 6-5 Australia, or Queensland lead, sorry, after 8 ends have been completed here. Of course, 15 ends. Queensland yesterday went through unbeaten in the 4s. New Zealand just winning the 1 match yesterday, and they defeated Ireland. But I must say, Alex, that I'm very encouraged to date.
Let's have a look at this, though, Kev. Let's have a look at this. Up and over. Move the jack a little bit. That's brilliant. I think that will be 3 to Queensland.
How do you play those shots?
Well, with skill and finesse. He's done that well.
You can see that breeze zone there, Alex. You can clearly see it with the shirts, etc. The Club Musgrave, well known on the hill. 9-5 now, a 4-shot difference. But again, we just saw there with the Queensland side, we had the shot. Yeah, we can still score more. There's still an opportunity, and it's just how they play the game, isn't it? So Chris Razan's on the mat, playing that shorter length again. And of course, play continues in this event tomorrow, and then we into the finals of these disciplines, and then we of course move into the next phase through to the completion of this.
That's right.
Multi-Nations next Saturday.
At the end, it'll all be played at Broadbeach, and if you're enjoying this coverage, and I'd like firstly obviously to thank you for tuning in, because that's why we do this, but if you're new to the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel, we do broadcast a lot of bowls over the season. Please click the subscribe button. There's a subscribe button that's in red. There's a bell. Click on that and you will be notified every time we go live. We're here for the rest of the week at the Multi-Nations. Tuesday is the day we're not broadcasting. Every other day we will be. And there's going to be some great games of bowls to watch yet to come as we see Tony Grantham here on his backhand side looking to make a correction on his first.
And he's certainly under the line of his first. Needs to sit him behind, going to do so. It's over the head, sits him behind the jack and will make shot. The great Peter Bellis there wandering around, going up to have a look at the charges, playing on the green up above us here. And
one of the Nelsons there on the forehand.
And
Jacob, I think. He got a high five from Chris.
That's Jacob, it is.
And Kelvin Scott on his forehand side.
Really having to follow that bowl of Jacob Nelson through the port. Looked narrow out of the hand and that's what I would call the old searching. Good weight you heard there from Andrew Kelly. Weight was good, but the old danger of wandering, steering under the head, Alex.
I suppose that is one of the key things though with these international bowlers, and we saw it yesterday at Helensvale, is it's very rare to see them lose a bowl off the rank.
Correct. Now here's the chance for New Zealand to play through. Pick your own weight really here on that forehand side, play through those two front bowls, and the Kelvin Scott bowl should run straight onto the jack. Also look narrow out of the hand. How much is it going to hold up though down to the jack level?
Close here, close here.
Needs the
what
jack.
A bowl! He didn't get the jack though, Kev. Oh no. That's disappointing for the New Zealand team there.
Just needed to be a bowl, just a bowl wider. Unlucky there was Kelvin Scott. Right weight, right everything. Just not quite got the result that we were aiming for.
He was literally half an inch narrow.
That's all it was.
Unbelievable.
But you're right in what you say about these international players, Alex, is that they don't lose their bowl. There's another Pascoe leaning over the fence. There's another Pascoe supporter here.
Good with Dynasty Apparel on as well, I see.
Very proud West Coast family.
I think you're playing something similar to Calvin, mate.
Yes, Andrew Kelly indicating to Lance Pascoe, play something similar, play with a yard of weight, play through the front two counting bowls.
So Lance was just asking, he clarified something there.
2 metres of weight is what was the call from Andrew Kelly.
Was he close, Kev?
No, he's on the wide side, might get the back of this bowl, tip it, but we'll tip it through clean. That's okay.
And we'll see another Nelson here on the forehand.
Kane Nelson. Oh, this ball, how far is it going to run? Well, I think it's going to be attacked with weight. I'd be
hit.
Yeah, well.
They both go if he hits that one.
You can play this either backhand or forehand. I'd prefer backhand. Yeah,
But he won't be as short.
Well,
he won't be as short.
He's going to get a result for sure. Oh, it was unlucky, but that's fine. It cleared a lot of the bowls out. Now, it does leave Andrew Kelly a good attacking shot, I think, on the backhand.
Yeah, if we look at that, Queensland's got first and second shot at 10 o'clock.
We've got the next
three. Next three New Zealand bowls? They are, aren't they? So therefore, you hit the outside, the Queensland bowl to the left. Hope they both disappear clean. You've got a 3, maybe a 2 if you accidentally take one of your own
Well,
bowls
you'd
out.
think Khan lifted here, we're trying to get a bowl, ideally on the other side of the head, not in the bunch. You would think you'd like it to be on the other side of the head.
So now that is the question. Where's this bowl ending up?
Well, it's gone through.
It's gone
clean.
through. Andrew Kelly has to hit this.
Now, where you can get caught here on these greens, Alex, if you play half weight, you've really got to be prepared to play with really, really good aggressive weight to get a good result. Otherwise, you finish up with a nothing shot.
Yep, you can't be short. Well, he won't be short.
So here is Andrew Kelly, played 107 games for New Zealand. up until the start of this event. 107 games, made his debut back in 2010 at what was then the Eight Nations. And here he is playing on that backhand. Needs to work now. Going to get a New Zealand bowl on the way through. And that shot's still on and puts New Zealand. I do think, though, Alex, that we've got to score this set.
So what was our logic there? Because we played the backhand. Was it more to try and move the jack back to the two county bowls? Is it because there's back bowls of the opposition?
I don't think he played it heavy enough to be. I think it needed to play on the backhand, needed more weight, I think.
Intriguing.
Alex.
The way that plant set up, though, both bowls go. If he doesn't hit anything, they both go. Hit Andrew Kelly's bowl at 12 o'clock. Although, is it worth it? Because there's a Queensland bowl. I don't know. Only worth one then, isn't it? So maybe.
I think it's only a one-shot result, depending where the front New Zealand bowl goes afterwards.
Yeah, no, that's probably not really on. It's the issue if you hit Andrew Kelly's front bowl is you may accidentally remove your closest bowl anyway when all the dust is settling. So it's probably backhand. Just what weight is he going to play on the backhand?
Coming to have a look is Kelly, and it might be just one of those. We saw him before play that remarkable bowl where he played with plenty of weight and got the jack itself. I'm looking out on the head now, trying from our vantage point here, and I think we've got the deepest bowl on the green. But it is the difficulty in trying to play these shots as well, Alex, on a shorter length head compared to the 2 metre length, down to the 2 metre mark. It is a harder shot, so therefore, I think a lot more weight's required. I see Mike Carroll coming down onto the rink. I don't know whether he was trying to impart some thoughts.
Right. So, Andrew Kelly, what's he decided here?
This is a big bowl here in the context of the match, actually. And also that win as well, Alex, I think he's got to go reasonably firm on this, the 9th end of 15. Here is Kelly on the backhand. He's got a better line to the jack. How long is it going to hold? He's done it again. He's done it again. Have a look at this, gentlemen.
How good was that one to New Zealand? What a bowl.
It was just perfectly controlled weight to dislodge to get the shot. And as you said before, Alex, it's so hard to play those shots. Got a smile on his face, having a chat now, right? What length are we going to go? I say 2 metre length.
Yeah.
Having a talk. Calvin Scott walking up as well. The team having to get together.
How good. Incredible stuff. Andrew Kelly has played some absolutely magnificent bowls this game.
He's played 4 big bowls in the context of this match. That was a big shot turnaround on that particular end. We're 3 behind as we play end 11. But what I've liked his whole overall game, his game management, his demeanour on the rink, the whole encouragement, confidence building, and win, lose or draw. I feel Andrew Kelly's made a bit of at this early stages, I think he's made a bit of a statement. So they've elected to play that shorter length end. So now it's so important as we play end 11 that Tony Grantham gets the side away to a very good start. And you watch the first bowl, and it's going to finish slightly jack high. Would have liked to have been closer to the jack. 10 ends completed. And good opening bowl from the very consistent Chris Roseanne. Grantham here now on his forehand. Just trying to adjust that line fractionally. Weight was fine with his first. And Andrew Kelly urging the bowl on. And that's the bowl that we were talking about, Alex. So those are the ones at this point of the game lower the jack.
And you know the moment you let it go too.
You do.
You see Chris here on the backhand. He's got one bowl in a lovely catching position. Looking to draw the shot with this one. He's a little bit, that's an overcorrection there. And the score is 3 the difference. So if you're a New Zealand supporter, we trail 6 points to 9 on this, the 11th end. 4 ends to go. Sort of want to string, what, 2-3 ends together, Kev?
Yeah, ideally they do. I think they need to get a couple of good scoring ends. You'll see there the swing on that backhand side. With that wind that we've got there now, there's certainly a far bigger swing back towards the jack on that backhand side, Alex, than what there was earlier. As we see Jacob Nelson, he's inside the Kelvin Scott line.
And the loosest head we've seen in a while beginning to develop.
Well, this is where Kelvin Scott now has got to play the big bowl.
Yeah, that's what makes these two so effective. Kelvin Scott on the backhand, shorter end than what we're used to.
It's on a good line.
When are you going to stop Kelvin? Slightly overplayed, but a good bowl.
Well, it's over the head. That's the main thing.
Just look how short this is, this end, in comparison to what we have been playing at.
Are you surprised we went with that length?
A little.
The margin of error, Alex, doesn't it become so, you know, yeah, it's just a different, very challenging. So Lance Pascoe making his debut, very much well-earned debut as well. Blackjack number 115. Will it come all the way back towards the jack? Trying hard, needs a few more rolls. Was certainly that was certainly in the line to get to the jack, Alex. Of course, although it sits jack low, it is a usable bowl as well for New Zealand. So on the backhand is Kane Nelson. Again, deliberately playing under the line. Going to sit on his own. Yeah, there he called for there. Well called, Andrew Kelly, saying you've got to be quicker now. So you're going to play down through that bowl on the backhand. Give it a chance to get some turn on that shot bowl. He is, but he's on the wide side. He sits inside this bowl, it's New Zealand bowl. And that's about the difference, I suppose, Alex. If you watch the Australians, when they're playing with that yard of weight, they're always playing inside the line. You know, they don't get themselves outside the line very often, do they? You watch Aaron Sheriff, for example, always playing with that yard of weight.
Automatic.
But it's just
tighter
inside,
line, yeah.
Just inside the line. So we change over on the end 11 of 15. And of course this afternoon we'll be bringing you the para all rounds, the Julie O'Connell leading with Terry Blackburn, both of these players on debut. Julie number 17 and Terry number 16. Of course Terry Blackburn has got a fantastic resume with an indoor bowler, represented New Zealand for a long time, but talking to her yesterday, she's certainly enjoying being back.
Yeah, enjoying the challenge.
Yeah, she certainly is enjoying it. So here's Kelly, who's been, I think, pretty outstanding this game and deliberately playing with that extra weight, trying to get down.
Close here, Andrew Kelly.
Get the Lance Pascoe bowl, still get a good result, and he does. Well played again by Andrew Kelly. And it's about playing with that through weight, Alex. It's not about trying to find a line to the weight. It's about that playing through weight. And that's what he did. Got contact on 2 bowls. And I would say leaves New Zealand holding 1 shot.
He's got lovely touch this game, doesn't he, Andrew Kelly? He hasn't been far away really with any of his bowls.
My only concern is here, there's about 4 of Queensland bowls hanging around. He's going to imperative now. Andrew Kelly gets another bowl on the head. If I just have a quick look there.
There's a lot of Queensland bowls.
I can see the next 3 out to the side all appear to me to be Queensland bowls.
So Andrew Kelly just played a bomb to sit a bowl through for 1. Now needs to draw really second or third shot. Third shot would be fine as well.
Well, he's played a number of bombs, really, hasn't he, Alex?
Yeah, I feel like I've said the word bomb quite a lot in this game.
He's played outstandingly well.
See that wind is getting up, just moving our cameras around a little bit with the umbrellas.
So on the backhand, we're on the draw this time.
Close again, Kev. Has he got the weight?
Needs the weight to get down and amongst. If he sits inside these bowls here and falls in,
now,
not out.
Here we have a massive
This is a big
end.
bowl. This is a big bowl. Going quicker this time. He's outside though.
Oh, he's going to get a slice of. Oh,
no, he doesn't. We
gracious.
score. Well played, Andrew Kelly. But you see how quick he played that on the mat.
No mucking around, but he knew immediately that he had missed it, didn't he?
He knew, certainly did. The body language very, very quickly. So another chat with the New Zealand side.
This game.
Lance Pascoe now up there. That's good to see.
We're eking towards its conclusion here. Reminder that the Queensland Fours team is in a good position in section play. They won all 3 games yesterday. The New Zealand team would be in what you could charitably describe as dire straits at the moment, having lost the first 2 games comfortably on day 1. So this is really important for the New Zealand team to have sort of a chance going forward in the section play. They need to beat Queensland here, and they're doing, well, they're keeping well and truly in with a chance, aren't they?
Well, they are, and you know, let's be, the whole team's playing well, but you know, Andrew Kelly, in my view, has just been, he's been outstanding.
Certainly played some really key bowls when required, and we see Tony Grantham, reasonable first bowl there. Chris here on his forehand side. How's your weight, Chris? Got a nice line. That's a good first bowl there from the Queensland lead.
You can hear that wind in the microphones and around the greens, and that now you can hear them.
Tony Grantham on the backhand.
Oh, well, Andrew Kelly indicating very quickly that it's a better bowl. Gets his own fine.
He's done it.
Clean. There, got a touch slide to jack level. That's fine.
Very good shot from Tony Grantham. And Chris playing the same bowl on his forehand really. If he finishes in the same spot, he'll be happy.
Good going by the jack, but over the head.
It is in your hand, mate. Your back one's that. You're just trying to get to it or get past it.
And again, Andrew Kelly with that really clear communication.
I'm not going to say what hand Andrew Kelly's playing. Sorry, that Kelvin Scott's playing, because I don't know.
Backhand.
But I would have thought the backhand really was the best cover shot, was the trying to get to those 2 blue bowls. Andrew Kelly's encouraging him on, gets past. Don't get the jack on that side.
Brilliant.
Well played.
Genius from Kelvin Scott. That is as good as it gets. And this end building nicely for the New Zealand team. Right.
That's better.
What do we do? New Zealand holding 3.
Well, this is an interesting hit, Alex, insofar as that last bowl of the Queenslanders there, the bowl of Jacob Nelson sort of cut some vision line off as well for the Queenslanders. And so Andrew Kelly saying to Kelvin Scott, just get down deep on the head, get back here, because it is harder, that shot now. Did it stay up, that bowl of Kelvin Scott? Oh, there it is, sitting just about ditch board. There's Jacob Nelson there, trying to get down to the shot bowl. Going to get the front. Wants to slide right out of the way.
Well, he's cleared the front, hasn't he?
He has. So New Zealand now need to get out on the cover of those 3 bowls.
So we look at that. We've got a bowl at the back, which is good stuff. And the Queensland and New Zealanders just making their way up.
Lance Pascoe and Andrew Kelly having a good chat about what do we do, where do we go. Good to see, to me today anyway, that Alex, the team looks good. They just...
Yeah, I mean, they've had a day to settle in. They will have had a dinner and a breakfast and a chat. You know, sort of... doesn't matter how much preparation you do. Sometimes that first day of competition can just be challenging, getting everything running nicely. But these players up for it today, playing well.
I can assure you they did have a chat yesterday in the afternoon, and it may well have worked.
Needs to clear it. Needs to clear the front. Lance Pascoe there.
Sits on,
very good.
Sits in amongst that triangle of bowls there now.
How aggressive are Queensland going to be with this bowl?
Well, the weight, more than likely another yard of weight. Tamara there.
Removing the umbrella so we don't turn into Mary Poppins and fly away. Could be the name for the camera.
Could be Mary Poppins.
Mary Poppins. Maybe not.
And no, it's interesting.
Preferring his backhand, big weight though. Well,
he's playing at the 3-bowl target.
It's not huge weight if he gets.
But he's going to go outside it, isn't he?
Sort of the minimum weight I expected from the Queenslander there.
Well, still be at least 2 to New Zealand. You see the 3 bowls all in the line. There's 2 of Tony Granthams there and 1 of Kelvin Scott.
I think you play the same bowl.
Same bowl, says Andrew Kelly. Again, that good, clear, concise instruction.
So on the forehand is Lance Pascoe. He certainly got it out on the wider side. How far will it come back? So you heard there from Andrew Kelly. This has got good value wherever it finishes. So on the drive straight away, going for that. Jack gets the jack, jumps in the air, comes down.
What just happened?
Whoa, we'll see a replay of that for sure.
What just happened? I'd be amazed if we could get a replay. That was incredible.
And Kane Nelson himself saying, how did that happen? I thought the jack was...
I don't even know what to say, Kev. It's rendered me speechless.
I thought the jack was careering back to the 2 New Zealand grey bowls. It went in the air. We'll see a replay of that shot in but a moment.
Unbelievable, really.
Andrew, here it is.
Here's a replay.
Watch it yourselves.
So he's on target. I mean, it's a good bowl, but what a result. Bang, bang. And a bit of backspin. Plops there for 3. That's a good bowl, but that's an incredible result there from the Queenslander.
Well, Andrew Kelly here on his forehand. Now, if he can get down in between those 2 bowls, get to the jack. Remember, there's 2 New Zealand bowls just sitting. There, the 2 New Zealand bowls of Pascoe's just sitting down and behind the head. Lance Pascoe, I can see, is taking a lot of interest in this bowl. How's this?
He's got
How's
it!
That?
He's got it
again. He's done it again, as Andrew Kelly gets that touch on the jack. Brilliant, I hear there from Mike Carroll, and that was brilliant.
That was unbelievable. The psychology of that. We've just seen Queensland pop the jack into the air and back down onto the ground to hold a 3 for Andrew Kelly to get there and just pull the jack back 2 or 3 feet for a bundle himself. That's a really good bowl.
I think that's 3 shots New Zealand at this point. I think, Alex, 9-7 New Zealand trail as we play 12.
Connolly for not mucking around again on the forehand.
How's this?
He's killed it. He's killed it. Has he? Where's the jack? What's happened?
There's the jack. It's right on the top of a New Zealand bowl.
Right, so we've seen some clapping. I saw hands go on heads. Oh, Jack got respotted. There we go.
2 to New Zealand. So one would think, Alex, that Cohen Litvin is going to... I'm picking he'll play the same shot again.
Yeah.
To the ditch. Now, I don't know.
Is a block a good call here, Kev?
Well, I'm just having a look. I'm looking out the window to see who's got the deepest bowl on the rink. But there's all sorts of things in the ditch as well. So that would tend to think that there's definitely a Queensland bowl in the ditch, I can see. And New Zealand have got a bowl sitting right on the board. They're playing a couple of rinks out here in front of us, and I can see, I think it's a Kelvin Scott bowl, which is sitting literally right on the ditch board. So as Andrew Kelly makes his way back to the mat to play his last bowl on in 12 of 15, after playing another outstanding bowl with his first bowl, and he certainly won't want to fatten the target up, as we'll say. But he'll be certainly endeavouring to get this bowl to count. Well, Kelly needs to stay off this front bowl here of Queensland, needs to stay off this front bowl here, or get underneath it clean.
Is it a blocker or is it a target?
Well, it might just make that line that wee bit more challenging for Cohen Litvin to get to the jack. We'll see him, but we know what shot he's going to play.
He knows what he wants to do too. He's marching his way back down to his end. New Zealand trailing 9-7, holding a couple here. This is a massive bowl in the context of the game.
So here's Litvin again on the charge for the jack. Is he out wider? Is he out wider? Is he going to get the Kelly bowl in front? Yes, he will. And I think it's still 2 to New Zealand out.
Is it 3?
3. There's the call. They've hit the front. Well, what can you say about Andrew Kelly's exhibition today, Alex? It's been top draw, really, hasn't it?
I don't have... I've got nothing to add to that, really. We see 12 ends played, so we're on end 13 now. 2 to go after this. New Zealand in the lead for the first time, Kev. 10 points to 9.
It is.
Are we going to storm home, or is there still more to come in this game of fours? What a game. What a start to this day this has been.
Well, we know full well that if the Australians, the Queensland side, are down on the head, we know that they'll certainly attack. And I think now is forget about the previous 12 ends for Tony Grantham and Kelvin Scott. This is where they've got to own the head. They've got to own the head right from the outset, Alex.
I agree. Tony just a little bit short. He's been on a good line the entire time.
Yeah,
you have seen just maybe a slight lack of back bowls from those first 4, but good enough heads. Good enough heads.
They are, and Chris Razan's going to be slightly under the centre line. That will hold up at jack level.
So Tony Grantham will stay on the forehand side. He's been up and down on that side of the rink. I've noticed it's been forehand going this way, backhand going the other. So picking that side of the rink.
Oh, this looks a better weight in line to me, Alex, as it comes down now towards the jack. And it's over the head. That's fine.
No worries there. Chris here on his backhand side.
You've certainly got a chance here if you're over the head. If you're short, you've got no show, have you?
For sure. And we've already seen a couple of times the New Zealand bowls going past early and getting good results.
And certainly on that backhand side, we just saw there from Chris Rozan, there's plenty of draw back to the centre line. As that breeze comes across.
I can give some updates courtesy of our team manager, Julie Blake. I can tell you that in the Paramen's pairs, Mark and Darren went down. They didn't go down. They're down 12-10, 2 ends to go. So a close game happening there. Terry and Julie in the Para Women's pairs, 12-6 up with a couple of ends to go. Sheldon Baggery Halley this morning lost 21 points to 4, first up in the singles. And the other ones, the pairs and triples, obviously at another venue, so they're not, Julie cannot be in 2 places at one time, so isn't it Paradise Point? Can't tell us how that went, but...
So that Sheldon Baggery Halley result, that's against Queensland, would that be right?
I think it must be, because it's all the same.
Well played, Kelvin Scott, draws them behind the jack, that shot. New Zealand now lead 10-9.
Yeah, it was against Queensland.
Well, the quandary that I'm just sort of thinking right now, Alex, is if we talk well ahead, we talk about world bowls, and we look at performances today, well, Alex, Andrew Kelly can't skip the floor and play singles.
We just cut him in half. It's a job you couldn't pay me to have, being a selector. No, thank you.
So Lance Pascoe, New Zealand holding shot. The last bowl of Kelvin Scott. You'll see it there sitting in behind the jack is shot. Lance Pascoe now just going to be outside, but he got the Scott bowl. Oh. How's that?
That's a slice of heaven of our own there. Unbelievable, really.
He'd walked away, had Lance Pascoe.
And what we will see is a little apology. You know, you just go, oh, yeah, sorry. You never are upset to get a good result, but you just go, look, that's gone really well for us. Apologies, Queensland. Yeah, and if he doesn't say it, I'll say it. So sorry to the Queensland watchers there. That was a slice of heaven there for Lance Pascoe.
Kane Nelson now endeavouring to play down to the 2 counting bowls. He's in the target area to get that result to the shot
What
bowl.
A bowl! What a shot!
Done so.
That was unbelievably good there from the Queensland 3.
So Lance Pascoe, one would think, now needs to change his hand to get a touch to the jack. Ideally, if he can get a touch on the jack, he can move it to where the New Zealand bowls are sitting. And really, Alex, this whole game, it's a game of inches, isn't it? Really, it's there's a nice slide in off those 2 Queensland bowls here as well to get into the target area, Alex.
For sure, on that forehand side. Lance Pascoe here looking for another good result with perhaps a bit more accuracy on the forehand. Gets nice and low to the ground upon release. This is not far away, Kev.
Needs to go move now. Wow, that was what you would say.
I often think that's like the gods of karma, isn't it? Because he was within a quarter of a bowl then of perfection.
Absolutely.
Found a gap that wasn't there. Whereas his previous bowl, he missed it and got a result that wasn't there. So well, sort of, we'll call it balanced.
That second bowl really, Alex, looked to be on target.
Oh, it was a lovely shot. This could go poorly.
No, it's going to sit. Well, oh, what weight does Andrew? The shots. Well, the shot to play for Andrew Kelly is quite there, sitting right in front of us.
Yeah.
Quite an easy shot to not an easy shot to play, but the definition of the shot is quite easy there to see you're going to play.
It's an easy shot to decide on playing, isn't it?
But it's so what's the weight that you're going to play to get the optimum result?
Well, I think they have to look. So Andrew Kelly indicated about a metre there. He's going to look to see where the New Zealand bowls are gathered. Where can we finish? Where can we finish where we get the best result possible? And I suppose the 2 options are you either wind up and hit the split, and if you narrow through the other split, the bowl that sits at 9 o'clock and the other stripy bowl, there's movement everywhere. Bowls are going to go flying, and you see where the dust settles.
If you go through with a mat length of weight, you can see clearly there now on the camera. There's Tony Grantham bowl and the Lance Pascoe bowl sitting deeper down on the ring.
He's opting for his forehand here as well, which is interesting. So that's about where the collision bowl's going to go after connection. Let's see what weight Andrew Kelly plays here. I'm not sure.
Well, he's certainly
tight.
He's certainly close, I can tell you this.
Or is it perfect?
He's certainly close, I can tell you that. That's what he didn't want. That's why I think he had to be quick, Alex.
Yeah, he may rue that bowl. Although, to be fair, he's been playing well enough that if he had hit that, if he had been a bowl wider, it was an absolutely perfect result. But disappointing.
All I'm saying is to get the jack movement back, effectiveness to our deep bowls, I just think it had to be quicker. Of course, it got the result, but went out to the side. And I think is 3 down.
And certainly not the result the New Zealanders were hoping for there. And look at this, Cohen, sorry, missing.
Well, it could be more than 3 down.
Wasting no time. That's brilliant. That's how you make a bowl hurt, eh? He's just drawn a toucher there. An unbelievably good bowl. He's found a gap, drawn a toucher.
That
New
more
Zealand
than hurts.
I mean, it's the definition of rubbing salt into the wound, isn't it? And a great shot there from the Queensland skip, Kelvin Scott, coming for a walk to have a chat. So New Zealand, we remember if you look at the top left of the screen, winning by 1, 10-9 up.
So
a bundle down.
do we go here to get to that front bowl vicinity to reduce the count?
Yeah, I think so. So if we look at the jack, there's a bowl at 12 o'clock to the jack of New Zealand's.
I count possibly 5.
Yeah. So I think what Andrew Kelly will be playing is a metre through on his forehand. If you hit that front bowl square, it's good. If he's narrow in between the gap that you see between the bowl at 12 o'clock and the bowl at 1 o'clock, he's going to reach on bowls. We're looking to cut it down, aren't we, Kev?
I'm just wondering whether he's looking to try and, yeah, he is. I'm just wondering if he's trying to look in to see whether he can. No, that's the shot. The Lance Pascoe's exactly what you said then,
yeah.
Alex. To me, that's the percentage shot.
Punch that bowl up, and if he misses wide or narrow, narrow's better, obviously, but if he misses, there's still options for us to. It should be a shot which results in less than 5, regardless of whether he punches that front bowl up or misses by a little bit.
Well,
you've got. I'm trying to say there's maybe a 2 or 3 foot margin of error here.
Yeah. To be fair to Andrew Kelly, doesn't deserve to be in this predicament.
No, it's gone. It's yeah. You're not wrong.
He's still unsure, really.
He'll make sure that he has one shot in his head before he hops on the mat, though, won't he?
Do I need to go bigger?
Yeah, it's interesting. You might have heard him saying, "Do I need to go bigger?" Kelvin Scott says, "I think you do."
How bigger is bigger? Andrew Kelly here.
Well, he doesn't want to be trying to get too big where you swing your body offline, so to speak, Alex. You know, and we know Andrew Kelly has got perfection about his delivery.
Here we go. Big bowl here from Andrew Kelly. We're a bundle down on the head. Trying to salvage. On the forehand. What's he done?
Well, to me, that's a very good result because I think we're more than likely now 2 down.
Yeah, great shot there from Andrew Kelly. Hit a bowl square. His collision bowl.
You can see that wind narrow as well, Alex. It's just making it harder. He actually had controlled weight, really, playing down. So well played there by Andrew Kelly. We don't know what the final result's going to be. Looks as though under the head here is Cohen Litvin.
Let's just look to see for an indication. Was it just one? Oh, what a shot there from Andrew Kelly then. Cutting that down
from... That was as good as getting the shot, Alex.
That was the best bowl he possibly could have played. A bundle down to 1 down, so we're now tied. All square, 10 all on this, the penultimate. That's too big a word for me, obviously. Penultimate end of this fours match. Great stuff here.
I'm just looking.
What a start.
Alex, we're starting to get a bit of clouding around here as well. I know that, I know the weather forecast is pretty positive, and no one's come up with the name of these trees out here yet. By the way,
maybe they are jacarandas.
Oh well,
I just didn't think they were. I think the jacaranda tree.
That's a lunchtime job.
Has a smaller petal.
So this becomes now 10 apiece. This is it, really. Now, did you hear what Andrew Kelly just said then? With the cloud cover, it's dropped a couple of feet. So that's very good skipping from Kelly, in my viewpoint.
Yeah.
Just telling Tony Grantham, make sure that you're here.
And he is here.
And he's duly just done that.
What a shot. That's good. That's a good bowl. Good first bowl from Tony Grantham. God, it's been such a good game. I think all the positions are pretty well matched up. Andrew Kelly probably being the star, to be fair, of well, actually of all 8 players. I think Andrew's played the most effective bowls.
I think he's played outstanding.
But all 8 playing well. And look here, Chris, on this penultimate end of this game, when it's so important you put 2 bowls close, has gone back toucher and 1 6 inches in front. How soon before the New Zealand team gets aggressive at this?
Tony Grantham rightly, I thought was going to change his hand to try and
needs it to hold.
Get a result.
Needs it to hold.
To 1.
Hold!
Oh,
that wasn't far away.
I just, all I was questioning, Alex, I had no problem with that weight. I just thought the other hand may have been a better result option, but they can see from the mat. Of course, we're a long way away. We can't see from here, but
play a yard to him, mate. Either hand.
A yard to it, either hand. You hear there from Andrew Kelly.
Kelvin on the forehand.
Another line.
So New Zealand all square, 2 down on the head. Kelvin
This
Scott
is
here with a
close.
big bowl.
Watch this.
Kelvin Scott with a big
This
bowl.
is close.
Great shot. Open the head up a little bit. That's such a hard bowl to play. He's been good in this 2 position, Kelvin Scott.
Certainly has, and you know, today I think he's just, well, I think he's pretty much brought his A game, and he's been pretty, you know, we come back to what we spoke about before, Alex. The reason why that we're sitting in such a close game now for New Zealand is because, except for possibly 2 ends, we've had that 85% effectiveness of effective bowls, and it just makes such a huge difference.
And here we see New Zealand still 3 down to those 3 stripy bowls. Kelvin Scott, this is a massive bowl in the context of this end.
Under the head, wanted to miss everything and get past, not going to do so.
That was much more the weight than the green, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
His green was actually quite good for the shot selection.
Well, Lance Pascoe, this is why you've been selected to play for New Zealand with the next 2 bowls that you're going to play, because they're sort of more likely match-defining bowls that Lance Pascoe needs to play here. New Zealand down on the head, all locked up 10 all as we play in 14 of 15.
Nelson on the forehand. And again, thank you to everyone who's tuning in to watch this coverage of the Multi-Nations. We're here all week on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel and social media spaces is where you can find us, and click the subscribe button. You won't have to go looking because you'll be reminded by a little notification as Lance has a look at the head. It's about what weight are you comfortable playing through that gap?
Well, I just think, Alex, as well, because we've got that wind out there, I just think you've got to be confident with your line and give yourself a yard and a bit more of weight to be.
I'll be surprised if he misses short here.
Yeah, that's it, you know, because the danger is you try and find that flowery weight, and you've got that wind out there now, and you just finish up on the outside
It's not going to be short.
And do nothing.
This Lance Pascoe. He's not short, but he is wide. Can he clear one of the Queensland bowls off? Oh yes, but it's Canada, New Zealand bowl out. It's not one of the better bowls he's played this game.
The danger that here for New Zealand is where in the number of bowls that we've actually got on the head. Because all of a sudden, or fortunately, Kane Nelson is going to be short.
Bring it back to that 2 metres away. Down to here.
Yes, because that bowl of Kelvin Scott sits quite vulnerable out there now. So Andrew Kelly's just saying, let's have a bit less weight on that forehand side.
The good thing is the bowls to the left of the screen are low of the jack, so Lance, can you use those?
Watch this. Watch this. Close.
Oh, that was unlucky. That was well played.
That was desperately unlucky. Got a touch off the front bowl. Just took it slightly off course, but was certainly on line for the jack. But you know, the good thing from a New Zealand point of view is they know Andrew Kelly's coming up to play 2 bowls shortly, and by goodness, there hasn't been many ends, Alex, that he hasn't changed the head around, has he?
He's played 1 poor bowl that I can think of, and he immediately salvaged it. And it was,
Correct,
I mean, when I say poor bowl, he missed it. He was a bowl narrow with perfect weight for the result.
But you're quite right, salvaged it as well, didn't he?
Yeah, so that's, I mean, when you can look back on a game and think, well, I played 1 bowl that wasn't great and I've made up for it with my next one. That's pretty, you know, you don't get that often in a game of bowls. So Andrew Kelly now with a bit of work to do, 3 down on the head, but we've got that bowl of Lance Pascoe sitting at 5 o'clock to the screen. That is what is going to be the second shot if Andrew can trail the jack back there for 2.
Well, Cohen Litvin electing to go in behind the head to get deeper down on the ring, knowing that that's, as Alex rightly said, where that jack movement would most likely be. So here is Kelly now, who has been outstanding to date in this game against the unbeaten Queensland combination. And standing on the mat, just waiting for that wind to possibly die down a bit. Doesn't do that very often up here on the hill. As here's Kelly now on his forehand. Or Alex, how long is it going to hold
on.
for?
Okay, get a slice of heaven then, Andrew.
Get second shot. Possibly.
Well,
got on to
could have gone
Kelvin
worse.
Scott bowl. Might still be 3, Alex.
Yeah, it's again another. Well, I've said it a few times. It's a massive end in this game.
Interesting that the Queenslanders aren't concerned about getting to the head, as I see Kane Nelson just putting his bowling cloth way out to the side. I'm looking through the windows here, and could still be 3, at least 2.
So here we go. This is it. This is the biggest bowl that Andrew Kelly will play in this game. New Zealand is all square. The most we've scored on one end is 3. So if we drop a 3 here, we're asking to repeat our best end to draw the game.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the windows here, and you can see there's a very natural port down there where Andrew Kelly will try and get to. He just more than likely lost a wee bit of line there with his first bowl on this, the 14th end.
Such a big bowl in the context of this game. Andrew Kelly.
Oh, went outside, not inside, but he was actually offline, Alex, to be fair.
Yeah.
He was under the head all the way.
And let's see how many Queensland have scored there.
Well, I heard 2.
If you're a New Zealander, cross your fingers and pray for 2, because that's easier than 3. Well, there's 2 conceded, and those 2 bowls are leaning against each other, so we may even see an umpire called here if they can't agree. I think it's more that we want it to be 2. I think it is 3.
I just see Lance Pascoe give an indication there.
Go, please let it be 2.
Well, just call the umpire. Let's not just muck around.
3.
It is 3, and more than likely Andrew Kelly was half a bowl away of width, had the weight right. More than likely half a bowl away.
Beautiful. It was beautiful weight, and this is an end. It's very doable. 3's doable. We haven't scored a 4 yet, New Zealand, in this game. A good time to do it would be the last end, I would suggest.
Well, they get to a 3, I think it'd be fantastic for them, because from watching some of the games yesterday, I think they've gone pretty good. It'd be interesting to see the card. It'd just about be. There wouldn't be much difference, Alex, of the 15 ends I'd say that the ends have been pretty consistently from both sides, haven't they? Might be 7 apiece, something like that.
Oh, it's been a very even game all the way through. I've enjoyed watching it, actually, and I think every position has played at a high level of effectiveness, to be fair, and we've seen the shot change a lot. There's going to be a highlights reel at the end of this game, and I would encourage people to watch that, because there's been so many good bowls played.
Been some outstanding bowls played, and I see that Hong Kong-China game just come to finish. They've finished their game. And don't forget, of course, just go to the Bowls New Zealand website, or the Bowls New Zealand website, and you'll see all of the results, round by round, match by match. And remembering, of course, we're only at one of the more than likely 4 venues that have been used.
Yeah, venues left, right and centre for this event. So that's the place to go see Kev, the Bowls New Zealand website, or the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page, or Bowls Australia stuff. It's everywhere, really. It's actually hard not to find some results for the multi-nations. The information is sort of there everywhere to find. Even if you just Google multi-nations, you'll find it. So check it out on the Bowls Link website. As this bowl here from Queensland, 3. We need a 3 here, and it needs to start from Kelvin Scott. We've got 1 bowl past the head.
Well, we've got to be playing now to try and get that trail.
This is the eggs in a basket situation, isn't it? We're going to play a very similar shot 3 or 4 times over potentially here, and where the bowls finish will be where we want the jack to go. So you sort of need Queensland to miss a bowl, really.
It's imperative that Kelvin Scott is in the target area.
He is. Needs to get it square.
Jack clean.
Needs to get it square.
Jack
Brilliant
clean.
from Kelvin Scott. That is the stuff.
Round the corner. Sits Jack level alongside that of the Tony Grantham bowl. It's definitely 1. As we watch Jacob Nelson.
That's amazing from Kelvin. Does he switch, or does he stay on the forehand? Put another bowl there.
Well, he could well stay on that hand and
by his foot position, he's on the forehand,
and
but
get through that port and get to another one. But he's on the backhand, so it's well, if he gets that swing now.
Be good, Kelvin. Be good. Really good two position. It's really good two bowls.
That's two. That's what you want for a number two, isn't it, Alex? He's delivered, you know, at this big end, 1 in 3 to tie. He's delivered.
And a smile there from Kelvin. Mike Carroll scratching his head, looking at the tablet.
Well, he's trying to work out.
Nelson here now, probing weight here from Queensland. This is close, Kev.
Inside the line now. And don't touch anything on the way through.
We've just seen...
That's fine.
If there's one thing that hasn't gone as well for Queensland as they would have liked, it's that weight. They've played that weight a lot, and quite often we've seen a bowl wide or a bowl narrow, ineffective results.
They've played quite a few of them under the line, playing into correct.
I suspect that was working for them at Broadbeach. You said it was slow at Broadbeach.
It was, absolutely.
It would have held with that, wouldn't it?
Encouraging this bowler, Lance Pascoe's, to get up. Don't sit jack level on the...
What you do now if you're Andrew Kelly to say, well, we're holding 3.
Yeah.
We're holding 3. We're holding the draw, folks.
But we know that that Kane Nelson's looking for jack movement, going to be through.
He's found fresh air.
Okay, so what do we do now? Yeah. Well,
that's what I was going to ask you, Kev.
Well, ideally, to be inside his own bowl of Lance Pascoe, or turn that other bowl into the head to cut that sort of what I would call run line off. So he doesn't like it. He knew straight away. Well, he's in the area according to Andrew Kelly.
Panic stations.
I think he's in the area too. And
oh, brilliant. Oh, why did he have his hands?
Well,
he put his hands on his head. I was worried, Kev. Amazing from Lance Pascoe. We're holding 4 now, New Zealand here. Oh, I didn't even bother. I almost didn't commentate that bowl because I knew Lance Pascoe didn't like it.
He'd certainly given up on it.
I'm just going to watch this bowl pop the jack back, but he didn't. He trailed it. We're holding 4 now. We're holding the win.
So the call for Cohen Lifton is going to play. You'll see there's a multicoloured blue colour bowl sitting right in the front there. That's what he's going to be playing up to. Here he is.
He's not short, and he's not far away.
There. Well, that's not all bad either.
He's still holding 3. We're holding the draw.
I'd say there's at least 2.
Good. What?
That's one of the
Irish need to calm down, I'm afraid. I don't need that in my life.
Doing that. Must have got close to something.
I don't want to hear that if I need to run very fast away from something scary.
So I'm just trying to see whether that back bowl, in fact, is in the count as Andrew Kelly now makes his way back. Definitely 2, maybe 3.
Do you think Andrew's going to follow this ball up, Kev?
Hope so. I think he'll get an idea pretty quickly from his New Zealand teammates. And remembering, of course, Cohen Lifton, only 1 bowl left.
Oh, what an ending to this game we're seeing here.
Kelly.
Unbelievable stuff.
On the backhand. The New Zealand skip. On its way. On the backhand. Got it out on that big, nice, wide arc. It's coming back now. It'll move out. Needs to get inside this bowl.
We're holding 4. Holding the win. They're holding the win, New Zealand.
That counts. What does Corin Lifton do here? On its way. Also on that backhand. Electing to go to the draw.
The Queenslander.
They're liking this.
They have 4 down on the card.
Going by.
3 down on the card, 4 down on the head.
Going by.
Has New Zealand won this game? Have we got 4? What's happening? Someone tell me what's happening.
Shake hands. It's shake hands. New Zealand have just scored the 4 to win.
This is unbelievable scenes. What a start. What a start to the day, Kev. So we see there the final score. 14 points to New Zealand. 13 points to Queensland in a mighty game. 15 ends, a mighty game. But congratulations to the New Zealand men's fours team. Stay tuned, though, because we're going to come back at 12 o'clock Australian time. So 12 o'clock in Australia, 3 o'clock in New Zealand to watch the Para Women's Pairs. That'll be between Terry Blackburn and Julie O'Connell of New Zealand against Elle Hoskins and Joe Hunter of Australia. But in the meantime, sit back, relax, and enjoy highlights from that incredible game of bowls.
Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared out in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. I know times
Hello and welcome back to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 2023 Multi-Nations event, broadcasting live here from Club Musgrave. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined in commentary today by Kevin Hickland. Kevin, we're watching the para-women's pairs today. Can you talk us through who's playing who?
Yeah, so representing Australia, we have got Louise Hoskins leading with Joe Hunter skipping, and the New Zealand combination is the number 17, Julie O'Connor of the Waverley Club in Southland, and Terry Blackburn, another one of the debutants, number 16, from playing now out of the Claudelands Club in Hamilton. And you can correct me here, Alex, I think they've had 2 wins, is that correct?
2 out of 2.
They've had 2 out of 2 so far, so a really good start for the New Zealanders. And let's hope, Alex, that our girls this afternoon can treat us hopefully, firstly, to a New Zealand win and a good exhibition, because we certainly saw in the men's forwards this morning, we saw a high-class, outstanding game of fours where we saw the Andrew Kelly skip side defeat the Queensland side, the Cohen Litvin side, by scoring a 4 on the last end to run out the winners in what was an outstanding game. Don't forget, of course, all you people watching, if you go to the Bowls New Zealand website, you'll be able to see all of the results. They're posted up round by round, and also the various ladders for all the disciplines. So we have got, of course, men's singles also underway, women's triples and women's pairs, but they are being played around the greens on the Gold Coast. They're using 1 to 4 venues. So
so what I can do then, Kev, seeing as we've got a bit of time, this is the trial end, I'll go through the results that I've got in front of me using that Bowls link. Bowls link. There's 2 links there. I literally just found it. I just went to the Bowls New Zealand website. It's right there, but you could Google multi-nations, get the same thing. So in the women's para pairs earlier this morning, in round 3, Hoskins and Hunter, who we're playing against here, defeated South Africa 13 points to 11, and that was V. Van der Merry and M. Lattimore playing for Australia, and Julie O'Connell and Terry Blackburn, the New Zealand team, defeated the Australian team, I think Commonwealth Games medalists, Serena Bottle and C. Linfield, 16 points state. So a convincing win there for Terry and Julie going into this game. If we look across to the men's singles, which has been held at Paradise Point, Norfolk Island defeated South Africa 21 points to 14. That's a good win. Australia Yellow 21 points to 10 over Hong Kong. Queensland defeated New Zealand. And the result wasn't in yet for Australia Green and Ireland. I dare say that's a close game that may have still been played out when they updated the results. The women's pairs in round 4, we had a draw. Norfolk Island and South Africa, 19 points apiece, a draw there. Australia Yellow defeated Hong Kong, 18 points to 9. New Zealand defeated Queensland, 19 points to 14. And Australia Green defeated Ireland, 14 points to 9. That's in the women's pairs round 4, being held at Paradise Point also.
Just a point, Alex, so we've now seen the New Zealand pairs combination, our Commonwealth Games representatives, isn't it? It was Caitlin Inch and Selena Goddard this morning.
Yes.
So they were our Commonwealth Games representatives, medalists.
Yep.
So they're back together playing today.
Absolutely. And the women's triples, last but not least, I can tell you that Norfolk Island defeated South Africa 16 points to 14. Australia Yellow got into the 30s, 35 points to Hong Kong's 11 in that triples match. New Zealand triples team, who was the New Zealand triples team
New Zealand triples team today, this morning, was Claire Hendren, Nicole Toomey and Leanne Paulson?
Yes, that's right. They defeated Queensland 21 points to 13 this morning. And lastly, Australia Green 15 points, Ireland 10 points. So lots of results up and about on that Bowlslink website where you can go to find the results for today.
Good round for New Zealand overall. Really had the one loss, or 2 losses, didn't we?
Yeah.
One in the paras, the men's paras.
Yes.
But overall, I think a good round for New Zealand, and none so more as that fours result, which was, it was just a pleasure to be able to commentate it.
It's a game that you'd want to rewatch again and again. You know, it's it was a high-quality game, really, from all, as we just wait for the... It's not a whistle they use here, is it? It's like an air horn.
It's not. But the other good news, which we'll be able to confirm to you shortly, we have found out the name of the trees, the purple trees out the front. I'm willing to put a couple of Easter eggs up for a prize. I bet no one can guess what they're called.
What we knew, certainly I was correct in that they weren't jacarandas, and that's as far as I've gone in figuring it out. But they are beautiful trees, aren't they, out the front of the Musgrave Club?
I'd never heard of them before.
And I don't think we'll ever hear of them again, Kev.
So, of course, we'll be here for this game this afternoon, and then tomorrow we'll be at Broadbeach tomorrow, I think.
Yes,
yeah.
Broadbeach tomorrow, then a day off on Tuesday, and then back at Musgrave on Wednesday, and then I think finishing the week
and
back at Broadbeach.
Yeah, and of course remembering that when we line up again on Wednesday, we're rotating the disciplines around, where the women's singles will be played in the women's fours, and the men's pairs and the men's triples. So they rotate those disciplines around. So pleasing this morning to see Lance Pascoe, a bit of a story there, from the West Coast on his debut. His parents have flown over from and wearing their New Zealand colours with pride.
You were telling me is there a long car trip involved in part of this story?
Shane, one of the Pascoe group from now living in the Illawarra area, he drove 9 hours up here to Queensland to be here to watch Lance make his debut. I went to catch up with him, in fact, at lunchtime. And Lance has told me he's on the road back now, driving back to Illawarra, no doubt to start. He works in the mines. Get ready for work, I presume, tomorrow. But he drove 9 hours up, 9 hours back to watch his brother, watch him line up and make his debut for New Zealand, and to see his parents here as well, wearing the Blackjacks attire. Very proud moment for the Pascoe family.
Absolutely, and certainly a family that's pretty well linked in with bowls, particularly on the West Coast, as you said, Kevin. I think there's been times at Intercentre where it's essentially been the Pascoe family, hasn't it?
Absolutely. I can remember the year. In fact, it was the year that Ryan Bester, Krista Leave, Matt Gallup, I think it was, and Nick Butter won the National Fours. And in the semi-finals, the Scott family, they defeated the Pascoes in the semi-final at Papanui and that year in the Nationals.
How good. And there we go. That's the sound. The little horn went off. And we see.
And of course, Alex, our peers combination of Julie and Terry, this is their first New Zealand, this is their debut, and isn't it really? What is that? Their debut, day two of. But there's been a bit of a change of some new players brought into the New Zealand squad, not just at our blackjack side, but also in the blackjack paras as well, and it's fantastic to see.
For sure, and starting off well too. I know they had their capping ceremony on Friday, which was emotional for all the new caps, including the para players. And Julie O'Connell there, as you said, from the Waverley Bowling Club, finishing level with the jack.
And out comes the cold cloths already for around the neck.
Yeah, fair enough too.
But because the temperature here, no doubt, Alex, let's just say it would more than likely be slightly warmer than Waverley down in the deep south.
I would be very surprised.
Tipping they tipped today this afternoon to get to 31 here on the coast. Now I don't know whether it will or not. The cloud, because this morning we had quite a bit of cloud cover, but that's dissipated now, and looking down towards Southport and down towards. It's all pretty clear, blue sky in fact. So, yeah, they're in for a pretty warm afternoon out here on the greens. Of course, we've got this round, and then of course there's a third round as well to be played later on today as well. As we see Louise Hoskins
on her forehand side, a static delivery. It's incredible, really. These bowlers, the different para bowlers. Watch out. I thought that was resting on the ground. See, that makes a lot more sense.
Yes.
The bowl's picker-upper, I thought it was resting on the ground, Kev, and I was waiting for it to be hit by a bowl, but it's not. It's just a false perspective. It's fascinating to watch how they've made deliveries work for them and what their bodies are capable of doing.
What's in it? Australia now so fortunate to have as their high performance manager for the Paras, Alan Faulkner.
Yes.
The great British UK bowler, won multiple medals at Commonwealth Games and World Championships representing England, but has made the move over here through her good mate Karen Murphy, and is now high performance. And of course we're fortunate as well. People like Kevin Smith, who is here again. He was with the blind bowlers here a few days ago in fact. And these people, it's fantastic the hours that and commitment that they give to see these players in action is fantastic.
Absolutely. See, making their way down there. Two skips. Terry Blackburn with the first bowl. Now, I have to pay attention because the blue bowls, they're similar colours. So you just look at the stickers on the bowl.
The stickers were and there's Alan Faulkner sitting right behind us there in the Australian attire. A legend in the English bowling fraternity.
Terry on the forehand with her first one. Willing this bowl to run on, just a little bit shy. Now this is a new green, isn't it? They played on that green you can see in the background in the first game.
It is. Talking to Gary Mounts, a former New Zealand Paratutu player, of course, won the New Zealand Pairs years ago with Brian Baldwin. Been here, moved over when Brian came here as the club manager, but been here, a member here for many, many years. He was saying that this is the slower of the two greens, but not so. Well, it didn't look like for Joe Hunter, who draws a very good bowl. Are they pink and what do we call those? Pink and wine? What are those?
Split colours.
Split colours again. Yeah.
That's all I've got for you, Kev, with yellow stickers on them. And Terry making a correction now on her forehand. Enough room here.
And brought that line in. Has she to be under?
Could get a good result.
Needs to get a generous feather. Doesn't quite do so. More than likely be 2 down.
Just that bowl wide. And switching hands now. Joe Hunter on her backhand side. Very smooth delivery, really.
Very good delivery. On the backhand is the Australian skip, Joe Hunter, just going to... Oh, that'll count.
So early pressure here for Terry, and it's a decision, isn't it? Because she may have to switch hands for her third bowl.
That's the indication from Julie O'Connor.
It's never the most comfortable thing to do on the first end.
No, it's not. You're 3 down. You go to a foreign hand, so to speak, after you've already played 2 down there. But Terry Blackburn, of course, as you could well converse, Alex, one of the greats of New Zealand indoor bowls, played for New Zealand for such a long, long time. And good effort there, just going to go by. May have cut out one of those, might have cut the bowls out on the side. We'll see in but a moment. Now, you might be able to tell me, Alex, in regards to rules with the wheelchair players. So, 9-0 would still be 3, I think. Look, and there's another good bowl coming from the Australian skip, and it is. Just seeing if they're confirming that number. We thought it was 4. So what's the rulings of the wheelchair player in the mat? Do they have to have one wheel on the mat?
I imagine it would be similar to the foot, Like so the wheel has to be on or over the over the mat.
So the wheel becomes the foot, so to speak. According to the umpire early on.
I think we'll see that for a lot of measures. Just easier, if we
absolutely
keep in mind the players' limitations. So we'll see how many goes to Australia on this first end.
I think it looks as though it's 3 they've taken out. If I'm looking at the bowling rag over by the man with the mat.
And how funny was that mat moment we had earlier on today, Kevin?
It's one of those. This is your moment, because that was certainly one.
I'm going to clip it out and put it onto our social media. But for those who weren't watching this morning, there was a bowl that was marginal as to whether it was inside or outside of the rink. And in New Zealand, it's pretty common if there's a bowl that's close to a goal, just put the mat on it. So you hold a mat up vertically next to the bowl. If you can see the peg, it's in. If you can't see the peg, it's out. So one of the Kiwis said, "I'll just put a mat on it." And the Aussie guy put a mat sort of horizontally across the back of the peg.
It was across the peg.
Yeah, which isn't quite what we were meaning. So Kelvin Scott marched there, picked up a mat, put it vertically next to the bowl. Happy days.
Oh, the blew out to the side.
It's going to be a big number here for Australia on this first end.
Coming around. Watch out for the umpire's box. She's giving that a good kick on the way through. That's a New Zealand bowl they're going to put in the marker on now. So, they've got the locked in. Oh,
that's interesting. So
it's the locked in.
Is that just to make sure that you can't?
Yeah, I
don't know. I'm a fan of simplicity, Kev.
I agree totally.
Keep it simple. So what's happened here? Four to Australia.
Look, if you look at that tape that the umpires use, and I'm not going to criticise the umpires, but that literally was a builder's tape.
Yeah.
And I just
seems like a lot for bowls.
I remember I think you and I were here before in Australia when they brought out for the first time there. Well, it was like a sort of periscope. It was a huge, big thing that would.
Yes, I couldn't believe my eyes.
You had to go to Griffiths University, I think, for a year beforehand to learn.
Before you're allowed to use it.
Before you're allowed to use it. And I agree with you, Alex. Let's just make it simple. Like we've had a mechanism to measure bowls for over 100 years.
Over 100 years.
Yeah. And it has worked without really any issues whatsoever. And
keep it simple.
Keep it simple.
I'm easily confused at the best of times, so just keep it simple as we see a 4 on that first end to Australia. That's a good start for the Australian team.
Of course, also here in action, they've rotated the greens around. Our New Zealand men's fours team, that's the Andrew Kelly skip side. They're playing up on the top green here, and they're playing South Africa as we speak, and they've had a change around in their composition of their team. So we've now got Andrew Kelly skipping, Raymond Martin at 3, Krista Leave at 2, and Tony Grantham leading. So they've made that adjustment. Lance Pascoe, and Kelvin Scott are having a rest in this game against South Africa.
Well, the Australian lead on the forehand.
Well, certainly getting a pretty good consistent line as we watch. Julie O'Connell, 15 ends. Initially we thought it might have been 18, but it's in fact 15 ends. On the backhand is the Southlander.
Nice delivery.
As we saw this morning, Alex, it's certainly on that side of the rink. It's got a good draw all the way back, very quickly indicating was Joe Hunter, the skip for Australia, that is in fact one shot to New Zealand.
That's a good bowl there from Julie O'Connell. See Louise here.
Well, if you look at Louise, they're playing. There's still, this is where I take my hat off to these players. Alex says, going to get the front bowl. Yes, it will. Gets a feather off it. Yeah, the muscles weight that she's putting on with she's got the walking stick that has Louise, but she's got to work that whole body, and it's it's not easy.
It's incredible, really. Very impressive to play the game at such a high standard. See Julie O'Connell here on the backhand, looking to make that correction. She's got 2 claps from Terry.
Terry likes it as it breaks.
Just ran out of oomph.
Just ran out of. So the wheelchair players, Alex. So for example, the tyres, are they adapted to?
Yeah, they are. They're specially adapted for the green. So
to be green friendly. So they're not going to make indentations.
That's right.
Or
so if you look at the tyre, it's a wider, softer tyre than what you would see on a wheelchair that might be used not on a green. And there are regulations to how wide the base has to be as well, so that the load is shared. If you even look at the front wheels on that.
Oh yes, they're like little rollers, aren't they?
Quite incredible.
Yeah,
really.
Yes they are.
If
you look there for those watching now, so there is you'll see one wheel firmly implanted on the mat, which is like having 1 foot on the mat, and the little rollers being but gets the bowl away pretty well. Does Joe Hunter, and there's coming down.
Just finding the gap. So Terry Blackburn now on the forehand, I think.
Yeah, I think on the forehand. And you'll see the assistant there with Joe Hunter, picks bowls up and gets. So everyone does a wonderful job. I see Kevin Smith in there behind watching. Who also is Terry here. So you're going to get
on
to
the forehand. Terry Blackburn
just needs to stop now for shot. It's a wonderful effort. Just went by.
She gave herself a good chance there, didn't she, Kev? Like, that's missing the right way. He must pass the head.
And Kevin Smith, you see him sitting behind there. What a sterling job that he does. Here he was over here on the Gold Coast for best part of 10 days with the our blind players playing in the World Championships who collected 5 medals.
Yes, a fantastic effort
which
from
is
them.
a great effort. Here comes Joe Hunter again. He's very good this on the draw. Look
That's
at that.
a lovely bowl, side toucher.
Terry Blackburn, I see applauding.
It's the same bowl though, isn't it, for Terry?
Absolutely, exactly the same weight as well, really, because that'll get that movement of the jack to where her bowl is sitting. So
Terry on the forehand side. Gets it away pretty good, and this is on.
Oh, this is on. Is it just going to duck too quickly?
Might get a bit of luck.
Generous slide.
Beautiful weight twice, wasn't it, Kev?
Certainly was. Just missed the line fractionally to get to the multicoloured purpley pink wine, whatever.
Bowls.
Bowl.
The other bowl.
Yeah.
And Joe here with her third bowl.
Got a lovely delivery.
Comes out lovely. Very smooth.
And it's going to get a generous feather. More than likely it does.
Here's a big bowl already early in this game. Yeah, so Terry just asking if Julie was happy with the speed that she was using.
Yeah, she needs to play the hold the ball up on that line to get down to that counting or reduction area. Or she straight away. She knew, body language told her straight away. The head went out. And that was. We'll just wait till they change the board. I'm not sure. It was 2. 2 was the indication to the Australian combination.
And a good start from the Australian team at this early juncture.
Al, can I get you to fill that up, thank you? Thank you.
Just someone asking for a filled up drink bottle, I think.
Yes, so Ellen Faulkner, who so many years played for England, had people filling her drink bottles up for her. But one of the Australian players asking, can you please fill that in?
Great stuff. We see Joe here.
Kevin Smith was telling me yesterday about the New Zealand, the blind player, Sue Curran,
Yes.
who had a calamity.
Oh, what an incredible story that was as well, Kev. Sue Curran, yeah, she was playing the mixed pairs, and they needed to play the last game to be in with a chance for a medal. She tripped over and damaged her leg, was unable to put weight on it. The call went out, and one of the Australians, Danny, I think he's playing here actually.
Diagado or
That's the
Delegado.
one, yeah.
Or, yes, that's good.
Found a bonus wheelchair, so they were able to find that for Sue. She had like 10 minutes practice with it, and they put her in a wheelchair. Won a medal.
Won a medal, yeah,
unbelievable
absolutely.
stuff. I think Kevin Smith was the man who was pushing her up and down the green.
Does a wonderful job, Kevin Smith. He's good bowl here from Julia O'Connor. That's a good bowl. Just finishes lower the jack right on the centre line.
That's a good start. The New Zealand team here just looking to, well, not regroup, but just get themselves started. There hasn't really been a good head here from New Zealand. And just in the background, you'll note the man with the sunglasses on, that's Terry Blackbourne's father. In the background watching.
Right, who's made the trip over.
Yeah, made the trip across the Tasman to watch his daughter.
I know, and speaking to her yesterday, you would know about this, Alex. No. But Terry didn't know he was coming.
Didn't know he was going to come for the capping ceremony.
Capping, right,
yeah,
okay.
He wasn't involved in that.
And she remarked to me yesterday that he was there for the capping ceremony.
It's a lovely touch.
And she thought that was pretty special.
Run it out, Julie, says Terry. That's two pretty good bowls.
That's two good bowls there. That's definitely two to New Zealand. Holding there.
Lovely line. And the good thing about those bowls is that they're in line with the jack and slightly short of it, so it obscures the jack.
Cuts the vision off, doesn't it? To certainly gone out
Louise
on the wider
backhand.
side.
Louise Hoskins here, now waiting for this bowl to break back in. She's going to finish slightly short of the jack. Something I learnt yesterday, Kev, in conversation with Harold, who was my co-commentator, is that jack high for Australians means something very different to jack high for New Zealanders. Jack high is jack level in Australia.
Oh, really?
We got quite confused.
Oh,
But if you say a bowl is jack high, they mean jack level.
Well,
so in Australian terms, that's a jack high bowl there from Julie O'Connell.
well, it's three good bowls for the New Zealand lead. Well, jack high, of course, as well, used to be a very, very was one of the great singles tournaments. Jack high played in the UK, and it was one of the first televised events, and players like and what used to happen, so the winner of the New Zealand singles was a trip to either the Kodak singles or the Jack High singles, played in the UK.
Cool.
Yeah, that was one of the New Zealand singles winner used to be rewarded with that.
I seem to remember reading someone's book, maybe PB's.
Yeah.
He spoke about having to go to 2 or 3 of those tournaments before
Yes, he
getting
would.
used to those, because they were very slow greens.
Oh, absolutely.
Played on the outside greens there. Interesting stuff as we see Jo here. The first time she's crossed over in trouble.
Well, I'll tell you what, she's
I was just about to say, and she's not in trouble anymore, but she missed it
missed
it by half a jack.
that was a zigzag paper that missed that. So here's a chance now for Terry Blackburn on this, the third in, trailing by 6-0 after 2. But here is a chance for the New Zealand combination to put some pressure into the Australian pairs combination. So on the backhand is Terry Blackburn. Just going to be on the wide side, although there is a lot of pull coming. We know there's a lot of pull comes from that side, and that came quite a way back towards the centre line. Well, we don't know, but it could well be counting. But as we've seen already, this lady Jo Hunt is more than capable of.
Very focused woman. Now look at this on the backhand side. She missed her first bowl by centimetres. How's the second one? How's the second one? Clean run through.
Well, that.
What's the situation here, Kev?
Well, the indication was from Julia O'Connell that perhaps one of the front bowl is still the shot, but if of course Terry reaches that bowl, the pinky coloured bowl there, and by goodness, she's on a good track here.
Close here.
Here's the line, gets a bit of touch. Well, one would think
Yeah,
that
good
would
shot
work
there
in
from
New
Terry
Zealand's
Blackburn.
favour.
Four down, says the Australian lead.
Just indicated there from Louise Hoskins that it was 4.
Thing for Jo though, she's played 2 good bowls. If she just plays a very similar bowl again, likely to clunk into one of the 4 New Zealand shot bowls.
Very
Sit
focused,
for one.
isn't it? Very. What's that delivery on the mat? And her arm, the whole. Oh, she's
It's
underground. She slid it. Well, that's the first time that we've seen anything slightly wayward.
It really is, and here's an opportunity here. So Terry just asked if we're put down. You're up, Terry. You're holding 4 shots. Shirley just wants you to draw a bonus on the backhand.
And if the Russian things, Terry,
My goodness, man. If she'd run at that, Kevin, I would have had a conversation with Terry at the end of the at the end of the broadcast.
Well,
But good that she asked that question.
I'm
Please.
pleased she did.
Oh dear.
Going to come up short. But that aside, New Zealand have definitely scored. The indication from Louise Hoskins was that it was 4.
Now let's see what they decide. We've got some pointing going on.
Well, one would think if those 2 have come out, the front comes out as well.
Kevin
There's
Smith
3.
watching with hands on his hips, teapotting.
Out comes the measure straight away.
Now this is more like the measures that we're used to seeing, Kev.
Yeah, this is far more what I would call, sensible.
So from the jack to the bowl.
Just walking past us here is another one of the Pascos, the man in the t-shirt. And surprise, surprise, 3 it is. He's the only Pasco who doesn't play bowls.
Really? Maybe he'll call it a lucky escape.
But he's here for the week to watch the rally in action. So that's a good start now. New Zealand are underway now, 6-3 after 3 of 15 ends. And remembering, of course, this New Zealand combination have played 2 matches to date. And both of those have recorded wins for New Zealand. So a win here over Australia for them this afternoon would certainly put them well on their way into towards the, we'll call it the post-section part of this stage 1 of the event. And once again, of course, thanks to Tamara and the production crew who are working so hard here each day to bring you, along with Alex, all of the live action and on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel.
Certainly gratifying to be able to provide this broadcast, Kev, for people back home and also people from many of the nations competing. And I suppose some who aren't, because bowls is bowls, isn't it? And it's always good to watch these athletes compete at a high level.
Well, I know they're watching in Scotland because I've got a particular lady over there who I've never met in my life, who's a fantastic follower of so many of the events that are on.
Oh, it's great.
And she sent me a message the other day to say she was looking forward to watching the multi-nations.
Oh, hello to Scotland.
Yeah.
Whatever time in the morning it is for you. And Julie O'Connell looking to correct on her first bowl. She played a good end leading previously on end 3. And this end 4, of course, of 15. Slightly shorter games, and they'll only ever play 2 games on one day, the pair of bowlers. She's just acknowledging how much more challenging it can be.
Oh, this is a good bowl here. Slides underneath.
That's lovely.
And will do so and sits just lower the jack. That's a good bowl from the New Zealand lead as we play in 4 of 15 with New Zealand trailing 6-3 but holding the shot. Kevin Smith sitting there behind, giving encouragement as he always does.
This bowl here from Louise on the forehand side. I think New Zealand would do well to throw long jacks if we can on this in this game. You notice the previous end was a longer jack and the Australian lead fell short twice.
There's one of the best adverts I've seen out there. I can't read it all, but can't see Jack.
I love that pun. Yeah, that's a Specsavers one, isn't it?
Specsavers.
I went to Specsavers. That's where I got my glasses from. So we'll blame it on the bowls. Julie O'Connell here.
Change of hand, just going to finish low of the jack.
Yeah, hit the right green.
Would be one down at this stage to that last bowl of Louise Hoskins.
And Julie just not frustrated, but you saw her just do like a practice roll there. She knows that she had the green perfect and what she would have done for an extra metre of weight, as we see Louise here on her forehand.
Sits inside the bowl, going to fall a bowl low, but
Terry's just on the forehand too, isn't she, Kev?
certainly there's no other hand playable.
And you're better to miss heavy than short in this situation with your first bowl.
So Terry,
We see there.
Alex, you'd more than likely know, but he played for indoor bowls for New Zealand for many years
Yeah,
now.
she debuted for New Zealand in 2015 and has been in every team to compete. Since then, indoor bowls, of course, for those viewers who might not know, is the one played on the mats in halls. So it's not short mat bowls, it's a bit smaller than that again. The mats are about 23 feet long. In England it's called carpet bowls, in Australia it's called indoor bias bowls, and in New Zealand it's called indoor bowls. And Terry, the holder of 4 open indoor national titles, and as I said, has been a New Zealand representative for close on a decade, and one of the most decorated indoor bowlers, and having to go at the outdoor game now as well.
So, it's just
good
gets
shot.
by. Well, of course, Terry in her younger days did play outdoor, of course, at Onehunga.
Yeah, she was a contemporary of Selena Goddard.
I was going to say that there was, it was. I see in the CAP presentation a number of those players, Caitlin Inch, Taylor Bruce, Selena Goddard, would have been all around when Taylor was in the let's say the Kitty Hawks age bracket.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, here comes Joe
How
Hunter
good
again.
was that bowl? What a shot.
She's
What a
well
bowl.
played, and sits right in behind the jack and bowl, which really just makes that vision. See how much of a gap there is. It's not very much. Very consistent player is this Australian skip, Joe Hunter.
Yeah, but played some lovely bowls already, and we're very early on in this game. So Terry's still on the forehand side. Down to the weight now from Terry Blackburn on this bowl.
Oh, this
Down
is
to the weight.
This is a good track, Alex. Is it going to get all the
Willing
way?
it on.
Second shot, not far away.
Good shot. So it's second shot, so that gives Terry the opportunity to play the forehand again, I suppose, Kev.
But just for people that are watching and may raise a question, we see here Joe Hunter playing in a wheelchair. That doesn't preclude someone in a wheelchair at all playing normal bowls in a club competition or interclub.
Oh, for sure.
Does it? It's not. So it's not. Let's say we call it the para grouping, but it's not. They're not just restricted to that. You play. Most of these players, I imagine, all of these players play just in a normal club as in a club.
A competitive in that open event as well. It's that's one of the cool things about our sport, is that if you can get a bowl down a green, you don't even have to use your hand, Kev. If you can just get a bowl down a green, you can participate and you can play well. It's I love it for that reason, and that we get such a diverse range of people playing our sport, and it's just great to be able to have spaces where they can participate, and also these high-level competitions as well for the different grades. Terry on the probe here, needs to clear the front. She's close to a result. She did nothing. She went through again.
But I thought she might have got a bit of assistance there off a little slide off the front, one of those front bowls. Not to be.
It's a great try.
Kevin Smith straight
on the teapot. Kevin, a handy bowler in his own right, of
Absolutely. Course. Used to be an event a long time ago, since gone now. The Leith Peers in Dunedin, and Kevin was one of the. He was one of the main instigators of that event, and of course, I think I'm right, and a Bowls New Zealand employee, Stephen Beale. He of course was a Leith. See Kevin Smith and Terry having a chat up there, one down.
And that's all it's going to be because Terry's played her 3 bowls. So we see 1 to the Australian team, 7-3 lead in this game of 15 ends, and we are on end 5.
Kevin Smith, of course, you know, the former nurse, male nurse, and as I say, started off in Leith, now at Burnside in Christchurch, but does an absolutely outstanding job. And I'm sure at the last Christchurch or Canterbury Sports Awards, got rewarded with one of the awards.
Yes, he did. Yeah, he's done an outstanding job for a very, very long time on all different fronts, really, and is continuing to do so. Kev with the New Zealand Blind Lawn Bowling Association, as well as working with Bowl New Zealand as the Para Bowls lead and all these other sort of initiatives. As we see that short end again there, I think they're going to identify that. I think the New Zealand team, when they get the jack, will throw it long.
Well, it's interesting. I was just going to ask the point, Alex, whether with these particular players, whether the shorter length is more comfortable for them.
You would imagine that would make sense, eh?
Yeah, that it's just more. It's more at ease for their delivery. It's just more comfortable. Yeah, I just pose the question there, is it?
You'd think it'd be the more natural space for the jack to be thrown, because less oomph, less force is required, as we see Julie O'Connell here from Waverley Bowling Club. It's a great name for the Southland, isn't it? Because you get to roll the R's with Waverley.
Oh yeah, they've got a big. That's a genuine one, isn't it?
And look at that! What a shot there
well
from
played.
Julie O'Connell. Through a toucher on her backhand side. And now we see the Australian lead on the backhand as well. She's not far away here.
Oh,
what a shot.
Outstanding bowl there from Louise Hoskins. Rest on the shot bowl of the New Zealand bowl, the Julie O'Connell bowl.
And Julie now rinse and repeat situation. Just taking her time on her backhand side. Came out good. This is close here from Julie O'Connell. This is close. Looking at this bowl. When are you going to turn back into the head, Julie?
Oh, wonderful play.
What a shot.
Bowl.
What a bowl there.
Absolutely outstanding. Only a few centimetres to draw to the jack, and just the bowl just caressed its way and sat inside the shot bowl, and Jack sat right on top of it.
The Australian lead, she's not to be outdone. Oh, she might be on the tight line here, Louise.
Under the line.
And now Julie looking to be passed, a metre past with this bowl. This third one, of course, Julie won the NZDLBA Peers segment of the Somerset Nationals with Carolyn Crawford.
Oh, Carolyn Crawford of Dunedin, yes.
Out of Christchurch, and I think they defeated Graham Skloon and Bruce Wakefield in that final off the top of my head, so a good win there for them. That was sort of her first real introduction to the para bowls at a high performance level 2-3 years ago, and she stated then that she wanted to play for New Zealand. She's achieved that goal, Julie O'Connell.
Well, Carolyn Crawford, of course, as well, has got the honour of holding the New Zealand Peers title.
Yes.
Defeated Joe Edwards and Val Smith.
Along with Anne Muir, wasn't it?
With Anne Muir at Tyree in Dunedin.
Well, you can't get much better than that. That must have been a sweet victory for Carolyn, and the sister of, as we look.
Two New Zealand boys sitting there, Gary Mounsey and Dean Drummond. And Krista Leave is another, there's the trifecta of New Zealanders. Gary Mounsey, of course, who played his bowls, initially started his bowls at the same club as myself, as a little wee club called Smart Road in New Plymouth, and then, like myself, went to Paratutu and teamed up with Brian Baldwin, won the New Zealand Peers.
Joe on the probe here. She's close to replacing that bowl clean, but she's underneath the line.
It goes by.
Found fresh air there. But it almost would have been for New Zealand better for New Zealand if Joe had played that plant for them.
Would have moved it around.
It's a sort of bowl that you don't want to play yourself because it could go badly wrong, but if someone plays it for you, you go, well, Thank you. I'll take my couple of points, but Terry just on the backhand. So she's got her elbow brace on.
Well, he's got the bolt out on a good arc. How far is it going to run down towards the jack?
Follow it.
Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, yes.
Well, it was nearly a slice of hell for Terry Blackburn, and I think she knew when she let it go. You saw her sort of put her hand out.
Yeah,
I think she knew it was a
had a bit of
dangerous
weight on
situation. But staying calm, and still one to the New Zealand team. Oh, that's nice.
It's a nice gesture there by the assistant official.
Yeah, the I don't know if they give one for the rink or if it's.
I see each one of the rinks seem to have one.
That's brilliant.
Of one of the Musgrave players. Is going to stay outside or draw back.
She's going to get the shot anyway.
Gets the bowl, rolls it in, doesn't make shot. Indication from Louise Hoskins that made shot.
So does she change hand now to the forehand side? Might have to.
So here is
on the forehand.
Terry.
She's got the weight right. She's close here, Kev.
It's on a good line.
Looking to replace the bowl square. Great shot there. Brilliant.
I heard applause there from Kevin Smith. He got up again. He's a very good indicator to know it's a good bowl or not, especially down that end because there's that nice gesture again, passing the bowl.
That's good to see, really.
So here now, Joe Hunter.
On the forehand.
Oh, how's the weight? It's a pretty good line. Is it going to get all the way? No, it won't. Oh, I don't think she can afford to play there again. Do you?
Is there a way to get another shot on this end?
That's confidence for you from Julie O'Connor. Terry asking, can I get another shot on that hand? Yeah, certainly, because I just saw a touch on the bowl on the forehand was not conducive for the New Zealand's.
So they're just having a conversation.
Australia leading 7-3 as we play in 6 of 15.
So Terry on the backhand.
We've got the bowl out on a good wide arc, that's the safe side to get it out there. Needs to get inside now. But this is a pretty good bowl here from Terry Blackburn. Came around those side bowls. And we'll see what's indicated here.
So what's happened? Let's just have a look.
That one, two are conceded. Now looking at the measure for the third. 7-5 at least now to New Zealand, to Australia. So New Zealand clawing their way back into this pairs match, women's pairs. Three.
So we just wait.
3 it was.
What a great end from Terry Blackburn. Well, a great end from both of them actually, but Terry, I mean, it could have gone badly wrong when she snuck the jack out to the side and the opposition skip put a bowl close, then she replaced it and had a bonus. That's pretty effective bowls there.
Kevin Smith was very happy with that. There's all sorts of applause going on there as you see John Quinn now, he's the waterman. He's bringing, he's on water deliveries now out to the players. As we're sitting inside, so not quite sure of what the temperature is.
Warm, I would say.
Out there, but there's plenty of water that's going out there. So we'll see what length New Zealand play.
Julie O'Connell. So yeah, the length. I think that's a good call. Just wait and see where the jack did end up.
So, on the backhand, Julie O'Connell is going to open with, got the bowl out again on the 2 metre marks. The jack got the bowl out on a good arc. This looks pretty good to me on the way down, Alex. It certainly is.
Yeah, good shot. Well played.
Kevin Smith giving encouragement there to Julie O'Connor. As Kevin sitting there in the New Zealand attire in the chair directly behind the rink. Louise Hoskin looks narrow out of the hand.
And that longer end, that's a good call from the New Zealand team.
I think so too. I agree entirely, Alex. I just think it's a way of really changing things around, and you know, Julie O'Connell here can really apply the pressure.
On the backhand.
He's brought that line in fractionally. We'll see how long it holds up to towards the centre line. If it's got weight and sits down, oh, it's going to finish a metre and a bit short, but made a good opening bowl.
Either hand, Lou, whichever's your favourite. Just reach up. Aim for me behind.
Either hand is the call from Joe Hunter. Aim to be behind.
And that's just that, trying to just subconsciously get through. That's a longer end. You want to be getting up to it or past.
Just not.
Great ball. Well done.
Good shot.
Well, the skip, Joe Hunter, pretty happy with that. And you hear then Terry Blackburn saying to Julie O'Connell, just give us a couple of metres. That's all we need. As we play in 6 of 15. Again, I question the line on the way down, but it'll depend on the weight. It's not going to get
we
there.
Just heard a no. I think we heard a no almost echo all the way up the green there from Julie.
But played a good ball. There's that practice delivery again.
Go behind, great.
Just an acknowledgement, I think, that it didn't come out as nice as she would have liked. Fiercely competitive woman, Julie O'Connell. Played her a couple of times at the charity piers at Southland Run.
Of course, the famous charity piers.
So we see the Australian lead on the forehand. Louise on the forehand. She's close.
Weight to the jack.
Brilliant. What a shot. That's a well-played bowl there.
Oh, and sits right in front of it, and that's a wonderful bowl from the Australian lead.
Whose idea was this long end, Kev?
Well, I
take it back.
I certainly thought it was the right idea, but I just see a couple of the Irish players walk past us here. They've changed their team around yet again. And as Alex has said earlier, please, if you want to keep right up to date with what's going on, the round by round action, just head to the Bowls New Zealand website, and all the results round by round will feature in the ladder, which will tell you how the New Zealand teams are progressing.
Absolutely, it's the best place to go to.
So here's Terry Blackburn playing with weight down to get to the shot bowl. This is close.
She's close.
This is close. This is outstanding from Terry Blackburn. A full length hit, Alex, right to the 2 metre bar. Bowl locked on top of the jack. You don't get much better than that shot, do you?
That's as good as it gets, Kev. Unbelievable stuff. Didn't touch. Okay, actually, let's watch a replay. We can tell them if it was a touch or not.
I want to see whether Dad smiles.
No, he's just sort of he expects that from Terry. Now let's watch. Does it touch the jack? This bowl here.
No, it's
No, it
no
doesn't.
touch.
No, it doesn't. But that was lovely weight to a 2-length, 2 metre head.
I like that we can slow it down too. That was clever. Whoever pressed that button, like the slow-mo replay. Brilliant.
Oh, the clever girls here.
Yeah. I didn't even know we had that button, Kev.
Well,
It's good. Well done. See, on the backhand now, the Australian skip. On the probe on the backhand, I think
so
she tapped.
I don't think she liked that, Alex.
I think she hit her wheelchair on release.
Is that what it, yeah, because she certainly
saw her just look down
straight away. She didn't like that at all. 2 shots was the call there straight away from Julie O'Connell. So on the backhand, we'll see Terry Blackburn.
Here we go.
We'll see how far that weight travels in but a moment. But this, to me, if it travels another metre, won't quite do so. And another metre of weight would have definitely been counting.
The positive there is that it's almost in the line, that bolt. We'll see.
Either onto me or around me.
The Australian on the forehand now.
That was a good call.
Could get an inside out. Could get a good result here. The Australian skip. She's just a little bit short.
Mark Cameron just giving us a wave. And Alex, I can tell you an update just then from Kelvin Scott that the New Zealand Fours team up against South Africa, and it is 9-2 to New Zealand in this early stages of the this round of fours. So just a quick update there from Kelvin Scott gave me on the way through. There's Tamara there putting it, addressing the cameras.
Yeah, they don't like to know.
As we see Terry Blackburn on the forehand side.
Well, as long as it stays up, it's okay. It's not. You heard Kevin Smith there standing. Great attempt.
Beat my blue ball here.
Urging his team on is Kevin Smith.
Here's a good call from the Australian. Just go have a look at the head.
First time I've seen that.
I like that. And Tamara there doing a wonderful job. Putting rain jackets on. Because, well, there's blue sky, but maybe it'll rain. I don't know.
We are. Well, they might be getting...
Is it raining?
Oh, it is raining.
Can't be raining. I'm looking out the window. There's blue sky. Where's the rain coming from?
Wow, this is incredible.
That's madness. Like,
I don't know where that rain's coming from. I'm looking out the windows.
there must be one
here.
very small cloud.
I'm looking.
What? Where's the rain coming? That's not right.
Well, Dean Drummond's not moving because of the rain. I can see he's fixed there. Here's Tamara coming back and on the run. But
I'm actually staggered.
there we are. Well, there is rain.
Legitimately wouldn't have noticed. Incredible.
So Ben to have a look at the headers. Joe Hunter, see what shots he's going to play. Wipes her hands.
7-6 Australia, of course, in this game.
And New Zealand holding the shot. On the backhand.
She's close here.
Oh, she's got a better width with this one.
She's close here.
We might be fortunate with this New Zealand bowl, are we? Yes, we are.
Just a half a bowl wide there from Joe, but we see New Zealand score again. What's it going to be, Julie?
Well, have New Zealand hit the front? Two it was.
New Zealand do go in front now, 8-7 on the 7th end.
Well, I'm looking at this side to the left of the green, Alex, and if you can see rain out there.
Yeah, I just don't understand whether I legitimately, it feels like a bowls god has gone. I'm going to put a rink-sized cloud just over top of that green, because everywhere I look, and we're situated our commentary position, I can see the 3 greens. All I can see is blue sky and sun. I'm staggered.
But
and of course the blue things that aren't jacarandas, and the purple trees that aren't jacarandas.
The tippies. The tippy
the tip somethings, yeah.
Well, they match this water bottle right here, it says.
That's something. And now we have Julie O'Connell on the backhand. And Julie Blake in the background as well, the team manager for the Blackjacks, does a wonderful job. So many bits and moving pieces to organise. She stays on top of it. We see Julie with a lovely green there, just a little bit short.
Well, there's a lot of logistics, isn't there, Alex? Like accommodation, and especially with using multiple venues, changing teams around, all sorts of things. And it's interesting talking yesterday. I was unaware of it, but I think I'm right in saying that it's the World Bowls, which will be here in September. Is it September? Is it 45 or 47 countries that are going to be lining up in the World Bowls?
I think it's a new record, yeah.
So we're having countries from all around the globe here. So there'll be multiple venues. There'll be multiple venues. So logistically wise for your team of 5 men, 5 women, and of course our para players as well, because they play at the World Champs, don't they?
Yeah.
It's a pretty big logistical.
It's a big undertaking, isn't it?
It is a big logistical arrangement for sure.
We see Louise on the back end now.
Gary Mounsey, the Paratutu man.
Join his hydration. And here we go, Julie. With the third bowl to come, she's holding 2. I think we saw the first couple of ends. Julie was just fighting her way, wasn't she, Kevin?
Yeah, she seemed to be, but I think now as well they've found the length as well, which you spoke about earlier on, Alex, and I think that's to the New Zealand advantage as well. So here is now Julie O'Connor again on her backhand, needs to get down through the support and is going to do so as she gets past her front
little
bowl,
feather.
a generous feather. Well, there's 3 bowls. They're in and around the head. New Zealand now leading, of course, by 8-7. And if you think about it, Alex, from how the match started, they've really fought back very, very well, haven't they?
They certainly have, yes. Yeah, finishing strong.
So here is Louise Hoskin on her forehand.
Watch this bowl.
Well, it just seems, Alex, that the backhand's got a more sweet run to the jack than the forehand. And we noticed that in the game this morning as well, that the backhand was certainly giving a sweet road back to the jack, wasn't it? And there's nothing wrong with the forehand, but the backhand certainly had a really generous pull to the centre line.
Yeah, and I think we've seen Julie O'Connell has come into her own that last probably four ends of 7. And again, we see a situation where on the crossover, this head, those 3 closest bowls are New Zealand bowls. It's looking good for New Zealand, isn't it?
It is, and what Terry Blackbird's been able to do is, because we know Joe Hunter has seen her play some outstanding bowls to date through this event, this game, but it just allows Terry to be able to, be more constructive in her shot selection.
Yes. So Terry on the backhand, be careful, Terry. You don't want to be hitting that bowl up. So that one just didn't come out as good as she would have liked. But because Julie's played 3 such good bowls, it's not the end of the world, is it? It's ineffective, but it's not that much worse.
And the challenge for Australia here is that, obviously going to the backhand side is Joe Hunter. There's not a clear run to the jack as well. So there's that very deliberate delivery she's got
on the backhand. If she clears the front bowl,
no, it won't now. It'll run to the front and goes by. What I was going to say, Alex, is those front bowls there just makes it challenging, that road back to the jack on that backhand side for the Australian combination. So can Terry Blackburn add another counter? Well, she's certainly got the bowl here, the second bowl. It's out on a wider arc. It's going to get the front bowl, though. Got the Australian front bowl, but very difficult head, though, for the Australians to get into, Alex, because there's no, on that backhand side, there's not really an open. Yeah, you heard asking then, Joe Hunter asking Louise, is there a way around anywhere? Because it is pretty clogged up.
Yeah, that little shake of the head. Joe on the backhand.
What's that on? Oh, it's out on a wider arc, Alex.
New Zealand holding.
This bowler Terry's might help.
Oh, that's a perfect block there from Terry Blackburn. That's unbelievable. If she hadn't got that feather.
That was certainly on the come home line, wasn't it?
Goodness gracious me. It's a stressful time for the New Zealand team.
Just got the slightest feather. So, can Terry Blackburn now put added pressure on this backhand side, added pressure onto the Australian side.
Needs the bowl.
Needs the
to
port.
not get the jack. Anything but the jack.
Needs to stay clear of the jack.
Very good.
That'll
Lovely
count.
shot.
That'll count. There, you might have heard that. How did she get through that nice little gap? Because it is challenging to get down there and through that gap, Alex, isn't it?
Well played. That was a good shot there from Terry Blackburn. And holding 4 now, the New Zealand team.
They are, and indicating to Joe Hunter, you've got a meter, but as she rightly knows, the line is very tight, but
this is close.
Got this out on that very good arc. Is it going to go past?
This is close.
Terry Blackburn.
Oh, she's done it again. That's just madness. 2 little feathers. I got nothing.
Kevin Smith's already indicating that it's 4.
4 there to the New Zealand team.
And he actually thought Terry Blackburn's bowl was a very good bowl, actually.
4.
4 it is.
Great stuff. That's brilliant. But I mean, to be fair, 2 unlucky bowls from the Australian skip.
Just got the.
Well, when she's feathered it twice, it means that she's put it down the same track twice and been an inch narrow twice. That's a bit unlucky.
She was in the target. Definitely both bowls were in the target zone to get into the jack area. So, 12-7. Well, it's a great comeback from New Zealand considering how the game started for them at the halfway mark. It's now New Zealand who are now leading by 12-7. And this para combination of Julie O'Connell from the Waverley Club in Southland and Terry Blackburn. The Claudins come in Hamilton, making their international debut this week here on the Gold Coast, up against the Australian combination of Louise Hoskins leading and Joe Hunter skipping.
And here's Julie O'Connell on her backhand. A shorter jack, this will be an accident. It won't be intentionally thrown to that length, I don't think, Kev.
Yeah, and there's the old story. You get back to the dead drawing thought pattern.
Well, what Julie would have done there is gone, oh, it's a shorter jack, I don't need to throw it as hard.
Correct, correct, but you do actually.
Yeah, it doesn't often help.
But I'm sure amends can be made. The band started behind us here in the clubhouse. I can hear that.
It's about feel the ground shaking. But I mean, just a sign, this Musgrave Hill Club, it's just pumping, isn't it, Kev? Lovely facility, beautiful facility here.
Great facility. And talking to Gary Mounsey at lunchtime, saying to me that once they get the, let's say, the loan under control, one of the good correction here from our New Zealand lead, that shot. The plan is that they still would like to lean towards an indoor complex here.
So that's next on the list for them.
That's sort of, yeah, that's on the planning stages for sure. They've just had a refurbishment here of the dining room area, lounges, the 2 lounges here. As we watch now, good bowl from Louise Hoskins. They've just spent a good amount of money here, as have Club Helensvale as well, on the refurbishment. And part of what that is all about as well is getting the clubs to be in top, really top fashion for the World Championships as well later this year.
I can recall, I think there was a Trans-Tasman here 3 years ago, and they must have been just about to start or maybe underway with some of the
Correct.
renovations.
That's
here,
correct.
Kev,
They were
so
out in the dining room area. They were about to. When we were here. Yes, they were about to do that work. We'll start that work.
so good to see that it progressed smoothly.
Come round wide and behind.
So asking Joe Hunter be on the wide side, saying to Louise Hoskins.
As we see.
Well,
So-
this will be interesting to see how far this now comes back, Alex, past that front bowl. And yeah, it can come back from there to a counting position. Didn't have the weight.
So Terry Blackburn now has to play on her forehand side, really. You see Julie O'Connell's bowl that sits shy of the jack and in the line. You'd be thinking to yourself, I'll roll that one up. If I go underneath it, we know on these Australian greens,
It'll hold.
you
It'll stay.
don't get, your bowl doesn't turn away on the Australian greens.
The good thing is, for Terry's point of view, that she's got that shot and literally half a metre on the other side.
Yes.
If it's underneath, she literally allows herself half a metre, which would get a second shot. So there is ample room.
You just see this bowler. She'll give it a good chance, I feel, on her forehand side. Terry Blackburn just lining up now. Been practicing at the Claudelands Bowling Club, where she is a member. On the forehand.
Well, this is going to come down to how weight line she's going to get to a New Zealand bowl. You're not going to believe this, are you?
How did that happen? Well, the weight was good and she was in the area. That's gone really well.
That was a side cut from, yeah.
That's gone well for Terry Blackburn. She'll be pleased, I think, just cheering her. Oh, very good.
So, the old adage, you give your bowler a chance, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, she was in there. That's the widest possible result that you could get. Here we go.
Oh, there's
a
a
clean
good
one under
attempt.
here. Oh, stiff. That was unlucky from the Australian skip.
I must say, Alex, Joe Hunter has had 3 bowls now over the last couple of ends where it's been right on target to get a favourable outcome, and has just feathered into a bowl. New Zealand leading 12-7 as we play in 8 of 15. And as I said, we don't know how it's going at present, but we do know that quick update we got before the New Zealand men's fours team playing against South Africa up on the top green here at Club Musgrave. They are leading South Africa at that last report.
Yeah, and their body language looks okay out the window as we see Terry Blackburn on the forehand side.
Needs to be outside this Australian bowl and hasn't quite got the weight, but was in the target zone. I'm sure we're going to see Joe Hunter again come down, try and reach that bowl. She's got about 18 inches to 2 feet was the call from Louise Hoskins.
Let's see, there's no bowl to get an unlucky wick off this time.
Kevin Smith giving those words of encouragement there.
He's great, isn't he?
To Terry Blackburn. He certainly is always encouraging the team.
Now, how's this bowl, Kev?
Well, it's got to come now. It's going to get Terry's bowl.
A cannon, 1, 2. Popped it in for second shot, so 1 at least in New Zealand.
It's fair to say at this particular last few ends, Alex, that Joe Hunter has taken shares in Terry Blackburn's bowls.
Yeah. Certainly how it seems. And Julie O'Connell just indicating a forehand shot for Terry.
Well, I'm sure Terry on that forehand will try and stay out, obviously on that wide safer side, but she's got, that's what I...
Well, as you said that, it came out narrow, so let's just pray for a bit of luck here. That was frightening. I didn't enjoy that bowl at all. That's
that had deeper danger written all over it. It was,
oh, dear.
It was under the line out of her hand and was going going a wee bit quicker than draw weight on the way through.
I'll have a chat to Terry a bit later on tonight, and I might say, look, on end 8, your third bowl was very stressful to watch. I did not enjoy it at all. Now, what's the shot on for the Australians? They trail 7-12.
Well, surely Joe Hunter must be getting a bit frustrated the number of times where she's been into the target area and just not quite got a feather, got a touch. So here again,
she's close.
Needs to hold
she's
up.
She's close.
Here's Terry's bowl though. Oh, through the board on the drive.
I mean, I think it's fair to say that she's been a bit stiff more than once here, but one to the New Zealand team, and it's going to be 13 points to 7. 13 points to 7 on this now, the 9th end. And we see Julie O'Connell place the mat down.
13-7 as we go to in 9 of 15. And by goodness, I've got to admire as well, besides the two players out there, the encouragement that Kevin Smith is giving these.
He's fully invested, isn't he?
Fully invested, totally. And I presume there's somebody up there as well. I see Lance Pascoe. Or someone sitting up there.
There'll be support for the paramedics.
Yeah,
team,
I'm just looking at Mark Noble's game further down the rink, and they'll have support down there for sure with the New Zealand management team. As we watch Julie O'Connor, looks on a good arc this bowl. Well, just got to get the weight to get down to the jack. Not quite, was certainly on the right running zone. There's those birds.
I don't like them. That's frightening. That is actually terrifying. You were talking about it. The attack birds, weren't you, Kev?
Yeah.
Why would you have attack birds?
Look, sitting up on the power wires.
No, I don't like
over
that.
there.
I don't like that at all.
Yeah, they've arrived.
As if Australia isn't frightening enough. We see the Australian lead there just walking away from her bowl. That's a disappointing shot, really, just on the short side from Louise, and Julia O'Connell now with a chance to add a bit of salt to the wound, really.
Big thing here now for the New Zealand side is that they get bowls around the head, Alex, and not put themselves in a vulnerable position possibly. And here this bowl here, Julia O'Connell's has done just that, going to finish just lower the jack,
Yeah,
but
good bowl.
It's in a good counting area. It's on a good patch on the green. So, Louise Hoskins, just question how long it's going to hold up.
She's trying to hold. Louise on the forehand. This is magnificent if it keeps running.
Just needed another roll in a bit,
it's a great
really.
effort.
And that forehand side, backhand now, no doubt for Julia O'Connell of the Waverley Club.
They're blue-green, the magnificent blue-green down in Southland.
Blue and green, are they?
Well, it's a blue-green. The green is blue.
Is it really?
The indoor green, yeah, at Waverley is blue underneath the roof at Waverley.
And that's their green, is it?
They've got one inside and one outside. So there's a grass green on the outside, and they've got a blue green on the inside. It's a lovely facility. We play there sometimes. They usually have something called the split sixes before the charity pairs starts, where they match up some development bowlers with some of the invited players, and always on the blue green. I don't play well there, but it looks cool, Kev.
So Julia O'Connell, another good bowl with that her last bowl on.
Little feather.
The feather just careers by. Yeah, this is very good for the New Zealand side. They're going to change over holding two on both sides of the jack, so it's a good position. So Terry Blackburn here can really, ideally with her first, try and get deepish down on the rink, get him behind the head, because there's no doubt Joe Hunter will try and reach the jack, because the Australians need to start scoring.
As we see Terry Blackburn on the backhand by the looks of the way she's lining up with her backhand side, I think.
likely, Alex, the safest side. I think with that good swing back in towards the centre line and the jack.
So, we'll just wait for this bowl. So we see Julie O'Connell, beautiful leading there, one on the jack, or two on the jack. The only issue is there's no back bowls, but Terry is going to provide that with this shot. That's fine there.
Absolutely, because that's the no doubt that we'll see Joe Hunter will try and play down that line in between the, you see the yellow stickered bowl, and she'll be endeavouring to play down through that line to get to the jack.
And we see, I mean, she's been so close so many times in this game. I think, to be fair, she's due for a good result here. This Australian skip, she's due to get something as it's meant to be gotten, and this is the time. This is the time.
And does so.
Brilliant.
That's well played. That's well played from the Australian skip. Just played with reaching weight.
You know, the New Zealand team, you can't. That's a good shot there from the Australian skip. She deserved a good result. That's all good. And
Kevin Smith straight away on the top of the top of the head there, over the head, saying to Julie O'Connor, this is where we want Terry to play, girls. Of course, the New Zealand side have got 2 from 2 at this stage, unbeaten. Be great if they could climb over this one as well.
Certainly. So Terry Blackburn on the forehand with a bit of weight.
So
on the forehand with a bit of weight, Terry Blackburn. She's close. She's close. She's still close. She's got the jack back. That's brilliant stuff.
Well, it was always in the target area, Alex. You could see from the time it left her hand that it was always going to be in the zone. And Kevin Smith, he's clapping. He's delighted with that. He's very happy with that one. Gets the water bottle out. Big clap. Pretty happy with that.
I feel like he's playing all the bowls, Kevin. You know, you're invested in how your team's going.
Oh, it's fantastic to see somebody so passionate about, their team. And I had the pleasure today at lunchtime to spend some time with the 2 daughters of one of the legends of New Zealand bowls, the late Danny O'Connor from Okahu Bay, and of course North Harbour. His 2 girls live over here on the Gold Coast with their families, and they were here today watching this morning. They're still here, in fact.
Joe Hunter, maybe that plant.
Might be another.
Oh, it's a New Zealand bowl coming into the head.
So, yeah, fantastic to see the girls here supporting New Zealand team. Proud Kiwis, and of course Danny, I think, he finished up winning 10 New Zealand titles, I think it was.
10 New Zealand titles, and he did play for New Zealand.
He certainly did.
I think it was the second man to make it to 10, perhaps.
And of course, won many of those titles with his really good mate, Rowan Brassey, and the great Nick Unkovic. They were, in the day, they were a formidable, very formidable.
So what do we see here for the New Zealand team? Let's look for an indication. Is there another 4 down, she says. So
this is a big end
big
now.
Pressure. New Zealand leading 13 points to 7.
This becomes a big end here, Alex.
Huge end for the Australian skip. And look how scattered. It's not scattered, but the bowls in front. They're right in your eye, aren't they, when you're looking to try and draw.
Horrible ends if you're sitting there. Well, in this case, sitting on the mat is Joe Hunter, and you've got all these bowls in front of you, trying to get the bowl to come back to the centre line.
How's your weight, Joe?
That's going to be the telling point, and certainly it's a wonderful effort.
Again, half a bowl, Kev.
Well, I think might have cut. We'll see. I don't think it's 4 now.
What?
That bowl, that is the
That's
shot.
That's a New Zealand bowl. So one New Zealand bowl's been rolled out.
It's cut a lot of bowls out, that last bowl of Joe Hunter's.
2 New Zealand bowls out. 2
it was. 15-7 now to New Zealand. But
that's good stuff. Good stuff from the New Zealand team now, taking a 15-7 lead on this, the 10th end.
Joe Hunter then, Alex, was really in a position where, we could have been looking at 18-7. So, a good saviour from the Australian skip. But this game has certainly turned around the last 5 years, hasn't it? Where
finishing strong, and if we think about the fact that New Zealand was, what would be 4, 5, 6-0 down, I think.
Correct, dropped a
So
4 on the first end, then a 2.
If New Zealand was 6-0 down, they had almost 15-1 up.
Now we've just lost the jack.
If you think about it, oh, it's not good. We don't want to be losing the jack, so it gets redelivered. And we'll see a short jack throw in, I feel.
I'd say pretty much so.
You'd be surprised if it wasn't. So let's just see where the Australian lead delivers the jack 2 in this game.
Well, I'm sure they'll go short, Alex, because we've had the advantage the last 3 years where Terry and Julie O'Connell have lengthened it up, and you'll see Joe Hunter's brought her wheelchair right up, meaning we're going to play this a lot lower, and they are.
And there we go. So as we can see, a couple of raindrops. Well, it's different in Australia, isn't it, the rain, because you're often very warm, so you welcome the rain. It's not that wet, damp, miserable rain that we get in New Zealand. Julie O'Connell on the back end to this shorter length jack. That's not a horrible start, really, Kev.
No, well, it finishes on the centre line, half a metre lower the jack, and as you know, when you all of a sudden you change those lengths around, can just make it a wee bit challenging. So here's now Louise Hoskin on her backhand. And of course, don't forget, for updates, just please go to the Bowls New Zealand website and you'll get all the match by match, round by round, the table of where teams are sitting right up to date.
Yeah, like I said, Kev, it's hard not to find updates, really. Even if you just Google multi-nations, Bowls New Zealand, Bowls Australia have links left, right and centre. You it's everywhere that you look. It should be hard. It should be hard to miss.
So good arc on the bowl here from Julie O'Connell, and he's going to finish jack level. So.
Oh, that's right. So you talked about the attack birds, Kev. So we've tried to talk about the jacaranda trees that aren't.
Right there, Alex.
Yeah.
Right outside
Oh, they're magpies.
Your
They're the
right
magpies. They are attack birds, aren't they? I don't like them.
Well, they're right outside the window.
I was going to ask you what sort of bird they were and see if we could figure it out, because we went from jacaranda, which is not the right tree, to
no, it's not.
We can't remember what it's called, can we?
No.
The trees have a name. It starts with a T. That's as far as we got. But we do know magpies. So
yeah,
there are some
they're walking
magpies,
around the green.
some magpies here, and they have actually made it onto the green. They are frightening. I don't like them.
So, Julie O'Connell, as we play in 10 of 15. On her backhand, certainly has brought the line in with this one. How long is it going to hold up to the jack? And will come in behind. That's fine. It's over the head. New Zealand now leading by 15 shots to 7.
It's been an intriguing game, hasn't it? Because New Zealand has a commanding lead. I think the Australian skip's been more unlucky than what you would ordinarily expect.
Absolutely.
She just deserved better than what she's got. I think New Zealand probably deserves to be in front. Do they deserve to be 15-7 in front? Probably not quite that margin.
Well, Joe Hunter had 4 consecutive bowls that feathered off around New Zealand bowls.
Yeah.
Which each one of those feathers actually was favourable for New Zealand. So often, you can have those scenarios where you feather off bowls and, it can work the other way around, hasn't it? But we've seen it here where it's worked entirely favourable to the New Zealand combination, as Terry Blackburn makes her way back to the mat, and I can assure you, a very proud silver fern wearer of this making this team to come over for the Māori Nations.
She's a pretty incredible person, Terry Blackburn, as we've spoken about, who's already represented New Zealand at indoor bowls and joins a very short list of players who've now represented New Zealand in both codes, and gives 110% to everything that she commits herself to, Terry Blackburn.
So, again, we've got one of those heads where there is lots of room, Alex.
Yeah, there should be space here as we see the Australian skip on her backhand.
Going to hold up enough. Certainly playing down towards the jack. Certainly playing down towards the jack. And, well, more than likely, I think indicating from the Australian lead, Louise Hoskins, that they're one down Australia. I thought that bowl might have been close for shot. So Terry Blackburn now. Needs to start to pull up now. Just going to go by.
Same bowl twice there from Terry Blackburn.
Yeah, identical weight on both of them, actually. I see Kevin Smith trying to get the coffee off that lady that just walked past. He thought it was room service.
Please and thank you. Now look at this bowl here.
Bit wider. There's the feather
there's
again.
The feather. So what's the situation here? Is Australia holding 2?
Well,
15-7 is the score, obviously.
I'm not sure. The indication was New Zealand had 1, but it doesn't look.
I'm not convinced
No,
based on our camera angles.
I'm not convinced either, Alex.
So this is important here from Terry Blackburn.
Well,
that's
this looks better to me. Now it needs just to work back now. There's a better bowl.
Close, Terry.
Here it comes. Here's the shot. Well played. Well played, Terry Blackburn. That's the shot for sure.
Kevin Smith is right in every one of these bowls, I can tell you.
It's as good as watching Kevin Smith as watching the game.
We should have a camera just for him. Now the Australian skip, she's been unlucky this game. Last bowl in hand, 1 down on the head. What can be managed here for the Australian team on the back end?
Well, looks under the line, but depends what weight she's playing with. Trying to get to the jack.
Due a good result.
Trying to get to that jack. No, she won't.
Just a bowl wide. It's been so close so often, and Terry going for a walk. I'm not sure why.
Well, Julia O'Connor came into the clubhouse here at present, so here she comes now, just walking past our commentary box. So where our commentary position is, it's more than like the match committee room, I would presume, for the club here, for Club Musgrave, and it's got a vision out on all 3 greens, really, Alex, isn't it? It's
yeah.
You can not that we can see exactly what's going on with all the greens, but all the rinks, but yeah, we've got a clear view here on all 3. And out comes the measure again.
So 1's been conceded, and they're measuring for 2 for New Zealand. New Zealand sitting on 15 points before this end.
Great to see Kelvin Scott there, who's having a break this time. Well, this could be 2. I thought this is the bowl that I thought was in.
Yes,
it was 2. 17-7 to New Zealand. This now's turned into a really big break for the New Zealanders.
They just have piled end after end after end here, the New Zealand team, and these pair of women's pairs, and looking very assured, Kev.
Well, if we look at the scoring sheet, Alex, look at the scorecard, New Zealand now must have scored on about 5 consecutive ends. They've really put a good block of scoring together, haven't they?
They were 5 or 6-0 down before they got started, so it's really been 2 or 3 ends to find your way, and then put the afterburners on. I think we figured out what the trees are called. Tamara did some asking of Dr. Google, and we think it's a Thibaut China, also known as an Alstonville tree.
Wow, there we go.
So just Google that. Probably easier to Google Alstonville than the other one. They're not jacarandas. The petals are too big for a jacaranda tree, Kev, which is why I was, you said jacaranda. I said it's not a jacaranda because the petals are too big.
This is like Rune Clydeblaster on News Talk ZB on the garden program.
It's an Alstonville tree.
There we go.
Originated in South America, which means that they flourish in Australian climes.
Good opening bowl here from Julia O'Connor. We've sort of got rid of our tree lesson for the day.
Yeah, that's me. That's my botany done.
We've got the magpies as well.
Oh dear.
Interesting, Alex, if you think about it, that no disrespect to our Australian players that we're up against, but they've only actually scored 1 shot, while New Zealand have scored 17.
Yes.
Which is That's an amazing
Yeah,
turnaround,
it's an
isn't
incredible end after end after end after end.
So on the backhand again is Julie O'Connell from the Waverley Club in Southland. Under the head.
Oh, poor bowl from Julie. Should also mention that Terry is a member at my club, my bowling club, Kevin, which I forgot entirely about, to be honest. I should have known.
A Point Chevalerian.
The Point Chevalier Bowling Club travels up to Auckland, plays in centre and club events. Good pirate. And we see three short bowls and one bowl that an Australian would call Jack Eye.
Yeah,
That's my big learning from the weekend.
Yeah, that's got me. So on the backhand, trying to get another bowl adjacent will be Julie O'Connell. We hope you're enjoying this coverage that we're bringing to you from the Club Musgrave on the Gold Coast. And tomorrow, of course, we will be
Broadbeach.
Broadbeach.
Yes, which is about a 2.5 minute walk. A 4 minute walk from our accommodation, which I was pleased about. Kev.
There's no shortage of accommodation around that Broadbeach area.
Certainly not, no, where you look.
Everywhere.
Beautiful area. And we see the Louise here on her backhand side.
They have to score now, Australia, really, don't they?
That's the equation. It's 10 points and 4 ends after this, so 10 points and 5 ends, say. So up in twos would be nice.
And New Zealand, really have put together some good ends recently and had a wee bit of luck. There's been a few slides and wicks, etc., which have gone their way. But look, if it's going to be, it's going to be. That's what happens, and good on them. So, Terry Blackburn making her way back to the mat. Of course, they will the para section. They will finish earlier than the other.
In this round, yeah they will, because it's 15 ends the same time limit.
And they only play 2 rounds to the day, as you say, Alex.
2 rounds in a day, and it's a double round robin, is my understanding, for the paras, and then they take.
Is that how it works? Is it?
Take the top ones out for the finals day.
We've got a new umbrella lady out there.
Yeah, Sarah. That's Sarah. She's been pressing the buttons, figuring out how the umbrella works. We thought, I do think it's a good idea to call the cameras Mary Poppins or something, or Mary, because she got blown away in the wind with
certainly did.
The umbrella. And the rain is actually, I still can't understand how the rain looks like it's coming down on screen.
So another shot. Terry Blackburn just draws another, really putting the pressure on Australian side. On the way home, there hasn't been very often where Joe Hunter has been holding shots.
It's been interesting. I'd say Julie certainly outplayed Louise at Leeds. She's played really well, Julie O'Connell. So when Terry's had to play shots, she's played a couple of good conversion bowls, but often it's about adding to an already quite good head, whereas the reverse has been true for the Australian skip. And although she's been close, you have to be perfect when you have a head that's not built as well.
Well, it's so difficult, Alex, when you're playing, consistently to heads that you're down on the head. You can't build a head, so to speak, and you don't have many options. So New Zealand have been blessed with having a lot more options with their shot plays. We watched again another good bowl. Don't touch the jack on the way through. Terry gives New Zealand a back bowl, but I don't know that was intentional or not, but went by. Joe Hunter, as Alex is saying, with that specially designed wheelchair for their wheelchair players, with the rollers on the front.
Oh, just amazing.
Different wheels on them. Yeah, this is going to depend on the weight. It's certainly got a better line. This has got a better line. How's this bowl from that? Absolutely outstanding bowl from Joe Hunter. Looked good all the way down.
Absolutely, and a good shot. She's played better than the score would reflect in this game.
No doubt about that, Alex. An indication there from Julie O'Connell to Terry Blackburn. play through the bowl. We've got the back bowl. Make sure you're up to the head.
So Terry on the back end, very focused. Of course, just watch this bowl. Willing it to hold up.
Oh, look narrow out of the hand. It played with a lot of weight. Any luck going? 2 down. Bad luck.
The reverse. Yeah, Terry unhappy with that.
Well, it can happen. Ran into that short bowl. More than likely a bowl. Kevin Smith looking, saying, that's a look of saying, yeah, okay. Didn't quite work out.
I think he'll let her off for that one.
Yeah.
But, a bad result there from Terry, and just a bowl now. Of course, when she has played the last couple of times for New Zealand in indoor, she skips the women's pair there as well, Kev. And indoor plays in 8-bowl pairs on international competition, so she's used to skipping at international level.
So, go and have a look at the head.
Fair enough, because your equation, as we said, is 10. You need to get 10 points.
Holding 2.
And this is the 11th end, so you know that it's maybe figure out how to get 8 points in the next 4.
I see Dad there having a talk to Terry. Just
maybe tell her off. What you doing? So,
but this morning, Alex, without doubt, we were treated, I think, to one of, well, you and I would have seen a number of games of 4s over the years, but that game of 4s this morning, that Andrew Kelly match against Cohen Litfin this morning, well, that'd be one of the best 4s games.
It's one of the best games of 4s I've seen, I think, and one of the best skipping performances I've seen as well.
Was just outstanding bowl for bowl, and if we look, for example, I always work on the premise to try and get 85% effectiveness. Well, Andrew Kelly more than not, he delivered 90 plus of effectiveness and conversion bowls, and as Alex rightly said, I think it was one of the best games of 4s I've had the pleasure of commentating. It was outstanding. So people moving down there at the far end, and Joe Hunter just asking them please if they could just stay still for a moment. They've done so. Holding 2 is Australian pairs combination, trailing 17-7.
Needs to make it 3.
Not going to do so. It's going to fall short of weight. And is 2. So we move on to in 12.
I like the spirit in which this game's being played.
Great spirit.
That was good from Ray. Kevin did some non-verbal communication. I don't know how many up Ray is, but Kevin went thumbs up to Ray Martin from the men's 4s, and we got a look and a smile and a nod. So I would suggest that that's good signs for the New Zealand men's 4s team there
against South Africa. So the remaining game today. This game, of course, they play now. The remaining game today and the one tomorrow, after their 2 losses yesterday, pretty important that they can.
They've got to finish strong, don't they? Yeah.
Well, and really as well, Alex, I suppose you could say, build on that very, very good performance this morning.
15-5 after 10 for the men's 4s, so 10 up after 10. It's good stuff, and we see this first bowl here from the Australian lead, just falling short. That's been the story of their game, really. I think you're right, Kev. This green is a little bit slower than the one that was played on this morning.
Absolutely,
and
it
just
is. Too
many short bowls from the Australian team, really, to build heads that are going to give you numbers.
Well, you're not getting that last metre to the jack, really, Alex. It's might be half a metre to the jack, but a good opening bowl here, though, from Julio Collins, just going by. We'll get down towards the centre line, and that's the sort of weight, that's the sort of area you need to be aiming with each bowl, because of the speed of the green, Alex. If you do try to dead draw, you're going to be at least a metre short.
Yeah, that's a perfect first bowl there from Gilly O'Connell. And this is a good correction here from Louise. The Australian lead looking to get down onto that bowl.
Sits on the back of the bowl, rolls outside it. New Zealand leading.
Bowl wide.
17-9, and just to confirm again, as Alex we just got a nod from Raymond Martin. And in a score update, New Zealand having a handy lead versus South Africa in the men's 4s.
And we see this forehand shot from Julie O'Connell. If it gets down onto the Australian bowl at 6 o'clock, square enough, it's good.
It's good.
That's a good shot there.
So can I ask, Alex, why in New Zealand we don't do these painting the other lines?
That's a really good question. I figure it must be something to do with the weed. It must be something to do with, I don't know. I would do it. I don't know. I don't have an answer, Kev. I love it. I think the lines are a good call.
Fantastic.
It's funny because, at least in New Zealand, we usually have that chalk line that runs up the middle for most of our events. It's bizarre when you look at the Northern Hemisphere greens, which are obviously a much lusher grass, so it's hard
Very
to
much so.
You can't really put chalk on them. It's really challenging, like even at the Commonwealth Games, to not have that centre line up the middle. It just seems bizarre to look at.
So can Julie O'Connell now sit on the shot bowl? Yeah, well played from Julie O'Connell. Just slips by the jack. And at this stage of the match, as we play in 12 or 15 on the changeover, then that, New Zealand in a strong position. And of course, remembering that New Zealand have already have won 2 games to date. They're 2 from 2. And this would put New Zealand 3 from 3. And as Alex was remarking before, they play a round robin format. 2 rounds of
double round robin.
Round robin.
There's Darren. There we just saw on that colour shot. As the rain comes down again, the rain tumbles down, but it's not July. It's whatever month. What month is it? April, March. The rain tumbles down in March.
Yes.
Not that famous Slim Dusty song about rain tumbling in July. We'll have to wait a few months for that one.
So out on a good line is this bowl from Joe Hunter, the Australian skip. Has it got the weight to get all the way down? Not quite, just needed a couple of more rolls, but we certainly, and that's the point that we were talking about just a few moments ago, Alex. That's why on this particular green, you do have to play that extra metre to get back to, to get down to that area.
Yeah, good call, Julie. Underneath on the forehand side. The beautiful thing about this is that Julie's got those 3 blue bowls you see at the roughly 6 o'clock direction. So it doesn't matter what direction the jack moves in upon connection. So you can afford to slice a jack and it's still going towards your own bowl.
And well under the line here, but might be fortunate to sit on the Australian bowl.
That's just fine.
May be fortunate to sit inside and fall in.
Oh, that was nearly perfect.
It is a good attempt there from the New Zealand skip.
How short am I, she says.
And the indication was that your weight was okay.
Very close. If it breaks, is it going to break in time, Kev?
Just going to get a touch on the bowl. My goodness. There's no doubt that she's been unlucky, Jo Hunter. She's had numerous touches on the bowl, but just each time...
just hasn't gone the right way for her.
It hasn't gone the right way. So here is Terry Blackburn.
On the forehand side. Giving herself every chance here to cannon that bowl out of Australia. If she gets it square, it's going to cannon it out.
Close.
She's done it. What a shot there from Terry Blackburn.
Absolutely outstanding. I see Dad applauding from behind.
He got a smile.
Yeah, well played.
That was a lovely shot. That nice cannon out for 3.
So Jo Hunter. Those are the conversion shots, Alex, that can just... If you're the opposing skip, they're really, they knock you about, don't they?
Yeah, it's hard not to just be like, well, maybe it's not my game. When that sort of stuff consistently happens, particularly considering how close this Australian skip's been. Like even that bowl there, I think she's a
one bowl away from a good result.
Precisely.
But the thing I've liked about Terry Blackburn and the directions with Julie O'Connell was that shot was deliberately played under the line to try and get a result.
Yeah.
And that's the advantage of learning, of being able to play those shots on these greens, which you wouldn't play in New Zealand with the same success rate.
Yeah, it's interesting. One thing I would say, so when Terry's represented New Zealand for indoor bowls, it's on a much thicker mat.
Right.
So it's a very similar analogy to indoor bowls in New Zealand versus indoor bowls in Australia. It's very similar to outdoor bowls in New Zealand and outdoor bowls in Australia. So our indoor game on our indoor thin mats is a lot of big, wide swinging draws,
Right.
or hitting it quite hard. And when we play the Australians on the international mat, the game is a lot of shunting through bowls. So she will know the type of game to play. It's all similar, sort of reaching through stuff. Make sure you're heavy and narrow into the head.
And it's, you know, it's about, you have to have the confidence as well, Alex, to be able to get that weight, to get that line, because people can say, "I'll just play down here or just play there," but believe me, it is a lot harder.
It's harder than it looks.
It's a lot harder than just what may sound good.
So Terry now opting to play the bonus bowl on her backhand side. So just avoiding some danger and probably happy. We look at the board, 17-9 up. The 3 they've got there is pretty good. And this bonus bowl's a safe enough space to be in.
Well,
she gets a clean
down,
run.
hasn't got the weight to get all the way down, but may well have. And we'll see. I reckon it's 3 shots here. We'll see if that's confirmed.
Maybe into 3 there.
3 it was, 20-9. So that's a good position now for the New Zealand side.
It's a commanding performance, isn't it, really? You know, they've just gone end after end here. Starting off with the front, Julie O'Connell leading very well. Terry playing the bowls that she needs to play.
Well, it's...
they must be feeling okay about how things are going, Kev, in the para bowls camp.
Well, yeah, absolutely. You know, and it's great to see, just like we've got the debutants in the main New Zealand blackjack side, men and women. We've got 3 new players here as well, out of the 4 in the Paris combinations, haven't we? So, you know, equally, you know, this if you take it as a collective, this is a brand new New Zealand look side, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, which is it's good. You know, at 2023. Good to see, and I think all these players are sort of hungry for that success. Julie O'Connell on the back end.
There's no doubt about that. Talking to some of the players, you know, the newbies, as I will call them, after one day of international play, and sure, there'd be insights and disappointment there yesterday, but by goodness, talking to them today at lunchtime, what a different thought pattern. They were more than happy and very bonded, unified as a team, which is, you know, those are the things which they are so strong for at this level. And really, if we talk about I'll take the Australians with, you know, Wedlock, Tees, Sheriff, Wilson, Leicester. That group of players have been together for quite some time, and that's what, you know. It just, but there we are this morning, you know, talking to Aaron Sheriff. If you'd asked me who was going to win between Hong Kong, China, and Australia, it would have begun with an A, but it was Hong Kong, China who won, and apparently, talking to Aaron Sheriff, outplayed them.
Yeah, and what can you do then, eh? You just go, cool, thank you, that was a good game.
Yeah.
This bowl's going to hit the wheelchair. Oh,
what happens then?
I don't know, but she got out of the way, so we don't have to think about it.
Don't.
I wouldn't have been able to move that quickly. It was highly concerning as we see Julie O'Connell here on the backhand side.
Oh, so Sarah, Tamara, I don't know. I've got one chocolate lolly here, but these.
Oh, we'll explain it for the viewers. I made the mistake. So Australia's wonderful because they've got this thing called Daryl Lee chocolate, which is quite
I know you like Daryl Lee
amazing
chocolate.
stuff, and they have Rockley Road as well. But I thought I'd buy Daryl Lee milk chocolate ball. But it turns out it's quite hard to do that and commentate at the same time. I tried it once. We've paused that as a plan.
So
It'll take longer to eat than you would expect.
Holding 2 New Zealand, but I think Louise Hoskins, no, just going to go by. So in 13, this is looking good for New Zealand.
So we see That's the clubhouse there. Still with the that must be when they were called the Musgrave Hill Bowling Club.
Correct.
Kevin.
Yes.
So still, that's probably the last remained.
And now known as Club Musgrave, and
incredible how it's developed over the years.
it certainly has. It's always had, very, very strong Kiwi influence here at the club. None so more, of course, as Brian Baldwin, a blackjack in his own right, New Zealand title holder, the son of 1974 Commonwealth Games fours gold medalist, the great Dave Baldwin, and was the secretary manager here for a number of years. Just retired, in fact.
I say retired not that long ago.
Yes, it was late last year. Brian, he played a bit of bowls, I believe. He's and who knows, he might come back and play some bowls within the club. But yeah, he's done a wonderful job here. And now, of course, Dean Drummond's here, Gary Mounsey, another New Zealand title holder, been here for a number of years. And in the last 6 years, around Chris Leave being that bowls coordinator here, who's out at present playing number 2 for New Zealand against South Africa.
And Julie O'Connell switching Terry to her backhand side. Terry Blackburn on the backhand now, leading 20 points to 9 on this, the 13th end of 15.
So, it's out on that fairly good arc, Alex. How far is it going to come back towards? Here's the weight. This looks pretty
shot.
good. It looked good out of the hand, that certainly. And where that's situated just makes it difficult to get to as well, Alex. And New Zealand leading 20 to 9, holding the shot as we play in 13. This is a good display by our Kiwi women's peers combination.
Joe on the backhand, looking for a good result. She's overdue a good result. A little wick here into the head.
Going to get it.
Getting bogged, and Terry now with a chance to stay on the backhand. Put
Most
bowl
likely
close.
holding 2, Alex, would you say?
I'd say it's at least 2 years for New Zealand there. Just taking her time.
Well, how far is this going to come back? This bowler, well, got the inside slide. Would more than likely
might be more than 2 there, Kev.
Yeah, would more than likely count as well. This could be another big pressure bowl here from Joe Hunter, because there's more than 1 or 2 down, I think.
As we approach the end of this game, we'll just watch this Australian bowl here. Joe on her backhand side. She's on the tight side, so she's going to need to shunt her own bowl up if she's got the weight. But
not going to do so.
I don't think she does, so we're going to see a number here to New Zealand. Just keep an eye on the body language.
Well, there's 3 that's come out. That's 4 there. 4 it is, 24-9. 24 to 9. Well, what a turnaround this has been, Alex, by the New Zealand girls, isn't it?
Oh, just incredible. Very it's been a dominant display, really. And they're sort of showing they're not going to lose this game now. They're 24-9 up. And for Australia, I mean, this is the last game that's being played today. It's about trying to finish strong, see if you can score. For them, they just go, look, we'll see if we can score the next 2 ends, reduce that deficit. It's a double round robin. Everyone's going to get a chance again. Just try and score, get the double figures.
It's 3 from 3 from, is that right? 3 from 3, this will be for
yeah,
New Zealand.
3 from 3 from New Zealand women's peers. That's a good
great
start to their multi-nations campaign for 2 new caps as well. It's the first time they've ever played together as a pair. As the first, I think they met each other for the first time when they arrived in Australia. They will have done teams meetings and online meetings before then, but a brand new pairing, 2 new caps, and they've started off this campaign. They're going to have 3 wins out of 3. It's a good start for the New Zealand para women's peers.
Very much so.
Julie on the backhand.
Out on the wider side. Andrew Howie out here. The bowls New Zealand, bowls Australia representative, sort of you would call him the event coordinator. Would that
Yeah,
be?
that's what we call him in New Zealand. I don't know what the Australians
does a wonderful job. Of course, Andrew married to that New Zealander, Kelsey Cottrell. And of course, well, Kelsey's playing somewhere throughout this event. But Andrew, a very, very good player in his own right. And in fact, got to the semi-final or final of a New Zealand Peers the year that Kelsey won the singles in New Zealand. And yes.
Yeah, good. He's certainly done a great job in organising
Does
this event.
does a wonderful job. Always very helpful, accommodating, and he's good to work with.
Essentially run like clockwork, this multi-nations event held over a variety of different clubs. I think over the week, Broadbeach, Mudgeeraba, Paradise Point, Club Helensvale and Club Musgrave all host sections of this multi-nations event.
Well, for that, it's World Championships coming up in September in a brand new sort of entry format, I suppose you would best call it. And it's certainly going to be for Andrew and his team a major logistical event, because it's confirmed to me yesterday, 47 countries will be lining up here in September.
I think it's absolutely brilliant call from World Bowls to make the World Bowls Championships a 2-year event. So every 2 years we're going to have a World Bowls Championship now, and that means that instead of running qualifying events every 2 years to get to the World Bowls, you just all go to the World Bowling Championship, and I think that's a wonderful idea.
So, Alex, do you happen to know, is it so to participate, do you have to bring a whole team of 5, or can you?
I'm not sure, Kev. That's a good question. I know that's a good shot there from the Australian. I know they have to be like an affiliated country with World Bowls, and to do that you tick off some key criteria.
Yeah, because in the days gone by with the World Champs, of course, some of the smaller countries under the qualifying regime, so you might have, when we had the Asia Pacifics, you might have a country that qualified for the singles.
Yeah, and wasn't the reserve was usually provided by the host country, wasn't it, for World Bowls? So do I have something in the back of my brain? Did the Americans win the Pairs with a Scottish reserve skipping or playing lead or something?
Yeah, there was. And remember, of course, there was I can't remember the gentleman's name, the man from Israel.
Yes,
that won the singles. So before you were able to sort of not have a full complement of players, and I just wonder under this new
I don't know. It's a good question.
Because one would think if you've got a non-qualifying environment, that you would have to have a full complement of you would think.
That would make sense. And if we've got 47 countries that are providing full teams, that's pretty cool.
And of course the paras are playing as well, aren't they?
Yes, there's a para aspect to it for the first time, which is wonderful too. So a massive event, and it's going to be every 2 years. I think it's just a great idea as we near the end of this game. We're on the penultimate end now. Australia holding two. Going to be 3 in a second.
3 in but a moment. Definitely 3.
Good shot.
We saw the bowler Terry Blackburn, who first just go through the head. Coach Smith sitting behind there looks a bit contented now.
A bit more relaxed than he did earlier on in the game, doesn't he?
He wasn't before.
It's okay, Kev. Everything's going to be all right. And Terry on the forehand, she's tight here. It didn't come out good. Yeah, and you see she indicates that she wants it to hold up. It's still holding though, Kev. Look at this.
Yeah, it is, but it's going to get down far enough. No, it won't. But one of the amazing things, Alex, about this game is the people that you meet and catch up with, etc. Marlene and I were having lunch today, and we caught up with Neil Burkett, who played for South Africa. He's a South African manager now. Well, Neil played for South Africa for a long time, and lovely chap. And another good bowl coming in here from Joe Hunter. And it doesn't matter where you go in the world with this sport, there's always people, that you've met international events or functions or tournaments, and it's one of the great things that you catch up with people. Terry,
Absolutely.
now I think looking for the search here, needs to come back with that weight, might get discounting bowl out, got rid of one, that's one out, there's the call there, clearly from Julie O'Connell.
Not the end of the world, really. It's,
no.
You're 24-9 up. You just try lift for this final end now.
So Kevin Smith going over to have a word to her.
What are you doing, Terry?
Yeah, you're off target there.
He offers a really nice perspective, Kevin Smith.
Absolutely he does.
He's still a good bowler, so it's nice to have that sort of.
And well played here, 3 counters here, 4 shots, I would say.
Well and truly into double figures, the Australian team now.
There's 2 out, 3 out, just a matter of the yellow one. This one at the back. That is 4. 24-13 now as we come to the last end.
Final end of this game. No power play, so the New Zealand, if you're a New Zealand watcher, we're safe in this game. We will win it. Just to be decided how much, and the Australian team will look to finish strong and then regroup for tomorrow's bowls. Only 2 rounds in a day for the para section.
And we'll be back tomorrow morning from Broadbeach.
Yes. Or tomorrow afternoon from Broadbeach.
Tomorrow afternoon, is it?
Yeah, I was going to let you know, Kev.
Okay.
Consider yourself informed.
Okay, that's
mainly because it's interesting, and something we didn't appreciate coming from New Zealand with the ways our draws work. But in Australia, quite often, the first round is played in one direction, and then round 2 and 3 are played in another direction.
Yes, they do.
And that makes the draws easier to do, because I could play on rank 1 in the morning, I can play on rank 1 in the afternoon.
Absolutely. Great opening ball there. So that's why we're doing is that's
yes, to sort of salvage the moving of cameras around.
So is there 1 round tomorrow in a post-section game?
That's right, yes. So we get to see round 2, which will be New Zealand versus Australia in the women's pairs, which is going to be a great game of bowls. And then a semi-final, and it depends on who's done what, but it could be the men's 4s or the women's triples.
We'll just see what...
Yeah, just have to wait and see what
happens.
What happens there. But it's going to be a great day at Broadbeach tomorrow. Then, of course, Tuesday, no broadcasting on Tuesday, and then back into it for the rest.
And that'll take us Wednesday to Saturday. In fact, we'll be bringing...
Yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I think it is, off the top of my head, without looking at my little bits of paper. And we see Australia finishing strong here, and that's really good from Aussie.
Very good bowls from Louise Hoskins.
That's how they'll want to finish. Julia O'Connell on the backhand. Just losing a bit of focus here, the New Zealand pair.
Just not going to hold up enough.
We'll let them off.
Yeah, just looking at that through the coming up the green outside is here, Alex. If you look at the number of paras playing out here and their individual challenges, physical challenges that they may have, it's absolutely enlightening, isn't it, to see?
Oh, I just love it. I think it's great. You know, the to have a grade where people who are able to play bowls, obviously, but if we asked any of these players here to play 3 games of 18 ends, they would really struggle to make it to that third game.
Yeah, and they would. No question about that.
So it's wonderful to have a grade where they're able to compete. I think, you know, I know certainly a whole variety in the process to get assessed, as we see Julia O'Connell here on the forehand.
Well, sits on this bowl's great because it makes second shot. Well done, Kevin Smith. So he's happy with that. So changeover of 1 to Australia at this point as New Zealand lead 24-13.
I think it's sorry, Kev. I think it goes from B5 to B8 for the para bowls, and that sort of your B5 is usually wheelchair, B8 are the ones who are on the more physically able scale, and to figure that out, they go through, the doctors have to provide notes, and there's a huge book where they fill out all these answers, and you get assessed by, there's one assessor in New Zealand, Vicky Melville. She assesses the para bowlers on a number of things, grip strength, balance, etc., etc., and then you get placed between B5 and B8. I know Terry is classified as a B7, obviously with rheumatoid arthritis, so that affects lots of bits and pieces. And I know when she played the nationals that we had, the disability nationals, and they had those 3 games, that third game you could really see the struggle. So wonderful to have this grade played here, and wonderful to have it sort of suited to match the players. So 15 ends, 2 rounds, and able to compete on an even footing with each other, as we see the Australian skip there just clunk into a short bowl.
So Alex, one of the other questions that you might know as a part of Bowls New Zealand is that, is it still the aim of World Bowls, and I wonder one of the reasons why it's been opened up is that about this bowler Terry's trying to get down to the jack, just lacking a yard away. So is the Olympics still very much on the, has it been opened up so as we can truly say to the Olympic Federation that we hold a world championship which is open to all countries, and of course we accommodate the paras, and which is all part of the Olympic, it's the Olympic principle as well. Yeah,
my understanding is that I would be surprised if that didn't have something to do with it. Just sort of, I think we've been static on an international level for some time in bowls, and we have such a diverse range of people that play. Why would we not have competition for them? So we see this here. Now, what does Terry do with this bowl?
Just try and get second shot. We're playing the last end. I see some of the games coming to a close now around the 2 rinks in use here. So Terry trying to get to second shot, needs to get underneath this New Zealand bowl.
But that's gone well.
That's a different way, an easier way of getting second shot, isn't it?
Oh dear. Just shunted a bowl in for one there. For one down there, but cut it down well. A bowl to go each.
I see also here with Queensland, they're just walking past another one of the famous Australian players, now the CEO of Bowls Queensland, Brett Wilkie, of course, who played for a number of years for Australia.
And he was the Australian Indoor Bias Bowls team captain in the late 90s, so another dual international for Australia.
I saw Brett walking past. Now the CEO, of course, of Bowls Queensland, but played for Australia in that very, very strong and dominant era, which they had. See him here in his role as CEO. He's taking lots of, got the camera action. So here is
last bowl,
Terry Blackburn. This is on a good line, this bowl of Blackburns. This is on a good line. What a way to finish. What a way to finish the game. And that looked good all the way. That bowler, Terry Blackburn's, rested, set on the shot bowl into the jack, and has got 1, perhaps 2 shots.
Got to be 1. That's an unbelievable bowl. An unbelievable bowl there.
What a way to finish the match, Alex. And that was, to me, that really summed up what Terry Blackburn and Julie O'Connor, I think, running out the winners, I'll say, by 26-13, or perhaps even 27. But they brought that dominance from the mid stages of the game right through to the end of the match, didn't they? And well done to our New Zealand combination, who are now remain 3 from 3, unbeaten as they go into tomorrow's play.
Absolutely, and on that note, Kevin, I'd just like to thank you and the Club Musgrave that we've been at for your assistance in today's broadcast, and just remind viewers, hang around for a second because there's highlights after this, but just remind viewers that tomorrow from 12 o'clock from round 2 we'll be broadcasting from Broadbeach. So for Australians it's 12, for New Zealanders add 3 hours, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. On that note, thank you very much for joining us today. Sit back, relax and enjoy highlights of that game.